Good morning, everybody. I am calling this May 9th, 2025 special meeting of the Mackinac 6 School Board to order. The time is 8:54 a.m. Mr. Hunter, would you please do a roll call for us this morning?
Emily Hutchinson Brown,
Present.
Craig Manali here, Rachel McWhorter,
Present.
Victor Figueroa here, and Tim Hunter is present.
Excellent, thank you. As this is a special meeting,
Pledge.
I know. As this is a special meeting, we do not have students at the table today. Therefore, I'm going to ask Rachel if you will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. So this is a special session held for the most part for the entire day today in regard to the open position of superintendent of schools. We will be soon conducting a board training to be led by Dr. Christy Center of McPherson Jacobson, which is the executive recruitment and development search firm that the district has engaged to help us through this process with fidelity and essentially a process or a sideline to walk us through it without us doing it ourselves. So Dr. Center will be in shortly. She will conduct that training. And we will, throughout the day, kind of flow in and out. There are going to be a couple of times that we go offline. Those offline breaks will be just breaks for all of us to be able to get up, walk around, do what we need to do. So we'll do our interview training. We will have a break. We will come back into our first interview and conduct one interview. Then we will go to lunch, which will be almost an hour, about 50 minutes. We will come back from lunch after being offline, and we will go into our second interview.
Should say what times do people know?
No, because I think they might sway a little bit. The second interview, right after that second interview, there's a possibility, depending on how people are feeling, we may take a 5 to 10 minute break because it is a lot of sitting. And then we will go into our stakeholder groups, which we have 2 separate groups that will report back to us their feedback. And so we will hear those individually. We anticipate being able to then, as a board, convene to executive session approximately 3 p.m. this afternoon. That executive session will be held in this room. And then we will come back online after executive session to be able to hopefully name our final candidate choice and report back on the next steps and process. So it's a whole full day. For everyone that's been here, I appreciate your patience and following along. I am going to also, before Dr. Center gets in, ask, I'm going to pass around for everyone affidavits, which are to be signed prior to going into executive session. These affidavits actually are good for our term, if you will. We just have not, it's been a while since we've done this, so I'm going to ask everyone to sign these today. And these affidavits affirm our responsibilities and parameters as we go into executive session later in the day. So, any questions and please don't hesitate to say, hey, I need to go this, that, or the other. And we're also not precluded from getting up and going to the bathroom if we need to or anything like that. But if there's any questions or comments or concerns or anything like that, please let me know. We also are all the way at the end of the hall, and all of the refreshments are at the very other end of the hall. So I think we're just going to wait for Dr. Center. Yeah. Table today, I love it.
Basically just on the front page.
Yeah, you, so you,
Name on
signature at the
top,
bottom,
yeah.
print at the top, correct?
And that's it, and then
That's
we'll
it.
have,
Mhm.
somebody else will notarize these.
They don't have to, we don't have to notarize them.
Okay.
It's just date them, you're fine. There you are. We are ready whenever you are.
Awesome. So both the candidates are in their stakeholder groups now, so we are set to go. So what we're going to do is just the debrief of the board training. I'll also go over what the stakeholder training was this morning and just some processes and procedures. So on the front of your questions, you guys all have this document, which is also what I shared with you a couple of weeks ago. So we're just going to go through that. I'm not going to read it. We'll just kind of highlight each of the bullet points. So generally, the board president is the one that starts the first round of questions. And that's going to be up to you guys if you're going to go just kind of round robin, because in the end, it doesn't really matter who asks the question, because what you're wanting is the information from it. So you guys can determine how to do that and start with Emily as board president asking the first one, and then you're going to go to the right or to the left and circle around. So will it be
Okay.
Tim next or Craig next?
Well, why don't I go right on one and left on the other, just to think, okay?
So generally this candidate, whoever asks the question to all candidates.
Oh,
Does that make sense?
okay,
So
so then, you guys, here, just go.
okay, so Tim, the second, okay. And then we'll just circle around to Victor, Rachel, Craig, and just keep going till the
Okay.
end. Right, so you'll all have the opportunity to ask the questions like we just talked about. Then when you ask your questions, really try and engage with the candidate, make eye contact, really listen to them. As you have your document in front of you and take notes on it, those notes, as I told the other stakeholder groups, I do have to collect those all at the end and do it, but that will be your reference, your notes that you have. You know, basically, sometimes you'll have more detailed notes, sometimes you won't have quite as much detail. It's up to you guys to decide if you want to do follow-up questions right there. If you want more detail on a question and you don't feel like you got enough detail and you want to ask a follow-up question specifically to that question right then and there, you can do that at that time, or you can wait till the end and say, you know, when you're done with all the questions, that you get a little information to all the questions is better than no information on 3 of the 4 questions. So you want to really monitor your time and make sure that you can ask them all the questions and don't keep asking too many follow-up detailed questions. So just be kind of cautious of that. But you are welcome to do that at that time, or if you want to hold it, that's up to you guys to decide. If you'd rather ask a follow-up question right then and there with a question, or if you'd rather wait till the end.
I prefer personally that we do it right then, because there's a lot of questions, there's a lot of information, and I'll forget.
Yeah, you'd have to write notes like follow-up questions. So is that good with the team to do a follow-up question right then and there
Sure.
that pertains? Okay. So the beginning of the interview, they will have a copy here, and I have this copy here for them. So when they're interviewing with you, they will have an hour and a half. I will bring the candidate down, and then when an hour and a half is up, I will do it. A lot of times, they really appreciate if they get a 5-minute warning, because they're looking this way. There is no clock this way. You guys have the clock for you. But if somebody could give them that, when a 5-minute warning is really a courteous thing to do, so they don't have to be looking at a watch or a phone or behind them. So 5-minute warning.
And you're talking about before the entire session.
Thing is done, yeah.
Can you help us with that, Rachel? Can you watch the clock? Perfect. It'd be great if one person knows. Otherwise, it's like, who's doing? Thank you.
Okay. Any questions you guys have about your interview part?
So in the past couple times we've done this, not this board, but what I've been involved with, we've basically done a scoring process on each question, see how we rated each question, like on a 1 to 5. And then did an averaging comparison that way, so we had some kind of
Rubric.
baseline rubric to do this. And that's not in this.
It's not on the questions, no, I didn't know you wanted that, but you guys can easily do
I was
that.
gonna say, can we do that on
Yeah,
our
you can
own
do
to
it
the
on
left
your
of
own.
each question?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, is that something you guys,
I'm okay with doing that.
because I think that gives us a better way to compare our notes with each other.
So do we wanna do 1 to 5?
Yeah.
The
let's
one
just
to
do one
one
to five.
would be
Highest.
common.
Highest answer was a 5.
If they answered everything the way you thought was a great answer, it's a 5, and if you think they evaded the question or didn't answer as a 1.
I think that's a good idea.
So each individual candidate,
Yeah.
each question, each
question.
And then that
candidate,
would
not a
do
comparison,
we
just
can
a
do a
question.
tally of
Yep.
our
I love that.
numbers
Yep.
and then look at each other and say, hey, I gave them out of 14 questions, I only gave them a 30.
Right,
And
Got it.
and then we go through the different questions, and that way we can have a conversation when we go into executive session about why we thought.
Mhm.
The numbers.
it also helps us clarify which question we felt was a really well answered question versus one that we didn't get as much as we wanted. So I actually
That's totally
agree completely. I think the ranking will help us individually and it will, because we will remember, right?
good. Yeah,
And then it helps us as a group as a whole. So to the left of each question, let's just agree that we'll rank each one through 5.
and are you doing only whole numbers or are you doing 0.5s?
Only whole numbers.
I think only whole numbers.
Only whole
I'm
numbers.
just getting all the clarity out there
Yeah,
right now
yeah,
because
'cause
those
it-
are
it
important
gets-
details
Then we start getting confusion going.
Yes, you do.
Right.
of what your 2.5.
Whole numbers.
That sounds good. So we'll do whole numbers to the left, 5 being the highest, 1 being the lowest. And a great point, Tim, they are great conversations because Rachel might give it a 2 and you might give it a 5. So to really talk about
Right,
what
that's
those
why we can
answers
compare
were,
and
yeah,
contrast why you thought it was a 2 and I thought,
Yep.
going through
different, it's a
in our
good
final
point, yes.
discussions.
Excellent idea. Okay, other questions? Okay. So the stakeholder groups, everybody is here from the stakeholder groups. We did have 3 end up not being able to join us today. So we did do a slight arrangement of the groups to make sure the group stayed even. Because all the people that were not able to make it were in group 2. And so we had to even them out, which we did. So that is really good. So they are set to go. Their interviews are an hour. And so they have a group leader who will be the one making the presentation to the board at 2:35 and 2:45. And then they have a timekeeper as well to give them a 5-minute warning. They have the questions out there and we went over all the details of what they're supposed to do, talking about the skills, characteristics, personality traits and attributes. And so they'll do that. They know not to compare and not to rank and that the chair will be reading the information to you guys after they come to consensus. So I think they are all set to go as well. Okay. Anything else? I know we have a break in the schedule and it's because we did have that candidate drop out, but it's much better for the board to have the break the first time than to have the stakeholders that are volunteering their time, not that you're volunteering your time too, but just it works best logistically to do that and then have you guys continue till the end. So, and they're good with that too, so.
Yeah, and I think I stated that publicly to begin with. It's gonna be one of those, we're gonna have these moments where we may go to break.
Yeah.
Not just for a lunch break, but just breaks in general.
Mhm.
And I did also advise that we may go to break between our second interview and our stakeholder groups. Just if, just a quick 5-minute break if anybody needs to use the restroom or anything like that.
And
So
you're gonna keep it recording
Well,
during those breaks, right? But not
we
this one?
can,
Okay.
it's up to, I mean, the screen just pauses.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy, so.
So yeah,
Yeah.
we're just gonna broadcast for the day, but we are gonna go to pause recording right now because we have
You have a long time, so yes.
almost, yeah,
Yeah.
over an hour,
Yep.
so. You
Okay,
guys are good with that?
sounds good. So you guys should have a schedule. The schedule is
Yep.
double-sided,
Mhm.
depending on which way you wanna look at it. You should have 2 copies of your questions. Have one here. If somebody messes up or needs an extra set of questions, I do have a couple extra copies, so, you can spill coffee on it or any fun thing like that. Okay, all right, I think we're good then.
All right, we're gonna pause recording here shortly and thanks, Christine.
Thank you.
That's who I am. Thank you.
Actually motion to approve the agenda, and since we're getting ready to start it, you want to make that motion so we can all agree on the agenda for the day, please?
Or you can do it, intro.
And then I'm gonna skip over when we just explain that from the train. Okay, so I'm gonna reconvene the meeting at 10:41 with all board members present. And while we wait on all of the, I'm gonna reconvene the meeting at 10:41 with all board members present. As we have parties into the room, Mr. Hunter, will you help me out with this
Make a
agenda?
motion, we approve the agenda today.
Do you have a second? Any discussion? I'd like to call out that we have already accomplished the very brief interview training. So we're gonna move into our first candidates interview.
Motion.
And now I'm gonna, just for discussion point, I was bringing that up. Let's go ahead and call for a vote.
Emily Hutchins Brown,
Aye.
Craig Donnelly,
Aye.
Rachel Further,
I,
Vicky Figueroa,
Aye.
and Kim Hunter votes aye.
So motion carries 5-0. All right, so welcoming everybody here, including Dr. Mary Maribel. Welcome, and also Dr. Center is available and in the room for us as well. And so with that, we are going to move into our very first candidate interview of the day. First and foremost, thank you for giving us your time, Dr. Maribel, and being present. It's not just this time with the board. You're essentially here for the majority of the day, interviewing with 3 different groups. And so we really do value and appreciate the fact that you're spending your entire day with us today.
oh, thank you.
We brought snacks. All right. So with that, I think we are going to just roll right in, since we have a limited amount of time and we want to get the most out of this. And I'll start with our first question, and then we're going to just kind of go around the room. So we have obviously reviewed all of your application materials and we've seen your video responses. We have heard from our search consultant, and we'd like you to tell us something about your background that might not have been evident in your files, but why you would want to be the superintendent in the Memphis RE6 school district.
I think probably the biggest reason I would want to be superintendent at Memphis is because I am a lifelong learner and I love helping people help themselves. I think those are kind of some soft skills that really don't show up in a resume. The Memphis school community is very giving. The teachers here work very hard, and I want to be a part of that. I think from my experiences, I could share some of my skills and experiences over my 38 years as an instructor and administrator, to really pull us together as one community within our school system. I've been in situations where there's been 3 little separate schools in the same campus, and it's mirrors a lot like Memphis. And I think I have some key experiences with that to really help us pull together and work as one unit. So when the superintendent position came about, those things kind of kept pinging at me. I felt like I could help. So that's why I put my name in.
And that is the background piece that you wanted to share, that you've experienced that particular bringing together
Yes.
in your background, in your history.
Yep.
Do you care to name like what time frame that was at and what maybe what position you were serving in at the time? Were you teaching, I'm gonna assume, at the time that?
I was a mixture of teaching and coach and instructional coach. We had it's almost just like this. A preschool, we had an elementary, a middle school, and a high school. That everybody worked really hard, but like a high school teacher didn't really know an elementary teacher, right? And we were all trying to do the same things, but once we became more of understanding each other and really getting to know, it really started pulling together as one single unit. An example would be we set up some standards pre-K through 12 that, like, here's what we wanted our kindergartners, once they left kindergarten, to be able to, this is what they accomplish as their goals. And then we set it up first grade. So we met as an entire school community and set it up from pre-K through 12. So by the time they left, if you stayed pre-K through 12, here's what they learned every single year. And it just made it where it was more unified. Like, I would know what a 7th grade teacher was gonna do, and vice versa. 8th grade would be like, oh, here's what the 7th graders working on, right? So it just made it more unity.
Anybody else have any other follow-ups?
Okay, Mr. Hunter.
You mentioned, wanting to pull together as a community. How would you establish an atmosphere of open, honest communication with all stakeholders in the school district? And that's like teachers, staff, parents, and non-parents in the community.
To establish an open and honest communication, I think you have to walk the talk. Communication, if it's consistent and everyone's aware of what your goals are and how you're trying to attain those, I think it's very important for inside stakeholders and outside stakeholders. To establish that atmosphere, as a school community, we would have to really get together and say, what are our goals and how we're going to communicate how we're meeting those goals, whether it's within our own community or the physical outside community. So consistent communication for people that may not be in the school day to day. What are they doing over there, kind of thing, you know what I mean? And through communication, you can establish some of that.
Can you elaborate on what kind of communications you mean? I mean, are we talking newspaper? Are we talking in-house publication? What kind of?
I think it would be a little of social media. I think it would be advantageous for like a monthly superintendent letter that would be pulled out through social media, whether it's on our website or, through social media, Facebook, or being being involved in the community. Could be the same thing with teachers, working with them as a group and one-on-one communicating. So it could be a little bit of both.
How do you feel about going out and doing like meet and greets within the community too? Because we have a lot of folks running that don't participate in school kinds of things.
Sure. I think being involved, like you're saying, meet and greet, introduce, who I am and what we're about and what we're trying to establish. Like chambers of commerce, or like the previous superintendent with Make Us United, right? Community efforts like that. Yes.
We're gonna move on to question number 3.
Okay.
Describe how you would interact with students academically as well as socially through activities and athletics to foster a positive working relationship so that students have the opportunity to maximize their educational potential.
I believe extracurriculars, whether it's athletics, band, art, music, whatever a student may be involved in, when they see you at extracurricular activities, it's really interesting how they're like, oh, first they see you as their teacher, right, or administrator, but it just gives you another connection that you have with a student, that you care about the things they're doing in the classroom and outside the classroom. Having been a former athletic coach, I know how important extracurriculars are. It just doesn't have to be athletics though. It's interesting as an educator when, I teach math, so some kids really struggle. But then when you go see them and they're in the band and they're just doing unbelievable things, it's really a step out that you really get to know that kid in a different way, and they get to see you in a different way. Those things are powerful. So really being there and letting them know that you care about them and what they're doing instead of just being in a classroom with academics is huge. So you're visible. Plus you get to talk to them about, hey, you really did a good job. And they know that you're there and you really see what they're doing. So that's just as important as being in the classroom to build relationships.
You had mentioned in your, somewhere along the way of wanting to be in each building every day, at least once.
Yes,
Does that align with kind of this same question here with just being able to walk through the buildings and the kids to see you? I mean, there's a lot of activities and there's only one of you.
right.
So how would you prioritize or really, how would you really try to attempt to be at many of those events? Because let's face it, everyone is still allowed to have their own life.
Yeah, you
And
can.
there's a lot. So how would you accomplish where you start to make those choices?
Yeah,
and
you
show up?
you can't overdo because then you're not quality for anybody, including yourself.
Mhm.
I think probably what would be a positive move is to kind of pick and choose so that you mix it up with different activities, right? Same thing with being in the building. I think it would be awesome to schedule weekly different times to be in each building so that it makes it part of your schedule. Because when you do become an administrator, you can get sucked into the office pretty quickly. And the more that kids see you and the more that teachers and parents see you, the more they'll have an understanding of who you are and, you know, or offer opportunities for them to come and talk with you to see who you are.
Mhm.
So probably intentionally scheduling different activities so that you're not overwhelmed with being in everything would be probably a positive way to do it. But you're right, you can do too much and not be, you know, have any life or have a quality even trying to go see those activities.
Any other? Okay, Rachel, number 4.
How would you create a network of key communicators from which to gain input about school district affairs?
I think key communicators from which to gain input about school district affairs. As a principal, I used to do a monthly newsletter that was through the website. I would think as a superintendent, that would be something to be positive as communication. That would be really for outside community. I think inside the school community and network would be, you know, really staying in touch with teachers, whether it's through that same communication or even just consistently being available to communicate with them. Network is consistency more than anything with communication. I think it's important, like I said, with the newsletter, with teachers being available, whether it's through emails or newsletter as well. Yeah, social media and websites are huge.
Any follow-up questions?
I know that Blancus Matters and Blue Jay Journal and that kind of stuff,
Right.
but do you read those things
Oh,
now?
I do, yeah. I used to do it through what was called Schmore.
Mhm.
And always make sure that, you know, you're trying to explain what's going on that month or what's happening that week. And we always try to include videos and pictures. So it was really neat for people to see that maybe never come to the school. They also had the opportunity in those viewings to see what was going on. So yeah, I read Memphis Manners and the Little Blue Jay Journal. I think it's a great way to know what's going on, you know, in different schools.
Anything else?
Or even when you see the social media, Facebook, and see, like right now, they're doing the senior features.
Mhm.
It's really neat to see some of those,
I love this.
yeah. Like the kids receiving scholarships and awards.
What their plans are. Greg?
We're looking for a superintendent who can remain firm even in the face of adversity. Give us an example of when you have had to do that.
COVID was a big one, right? So an example of dealing with adversity. So, you know, with COVID, some people believe this, some people believe this,
Mhm.
and then all of a sudden you have to bring all these people back together and let's try to work through this. What I found is I had to really be an active listener to what their views were about whatever they believed. And then you have to also communicate about what our school district would allow and approve, right? We had to, a lot of times, come together and agree to disagree. Because when we did come back to school, there were so many parameters we had to work with. So if I believed in this side or believed in this side, we had to find a way to meet in the middle. That was challenging. Because you had some hard beliefs about what it was and what it was not. But at the same time, we wanted to get our kids back. And as an administrator, we really had to be the face and help parents and families understand why we were doing what we were doing. And we had to follow these processes because that's what our district had established. I think those are the kind of adversities you really have to be a great communicator and really hear people and understand why they're feeling the way they're feeling. But can we meet in the middle somewhere for the best part of what the school would be about? That was a huge adversity. You learned a lot through that. You have to be very patient. You have to really understand people's point of view. You have to be empathetic. I think in adversity, those are a lot of things, and you have to remain calm when other people are maybe not as calm as you would want them to be. So that's one of the latest big adversities to deal with.
As a coach, you coached athletics for quite some time.
Yes.
Can you give us an example? Because I know there is a lot of various levels of skill, various schools of thought, various passion around sports. Give us an example of some type of an adversity situation in your coaching past where you had to deal with something that was touchy or sticky, and really spoke to adversity, because I'm sure there were plenty.
There
in that
were. I'll use a softball example. I had a young lady that was a very good pitcher. And her father had coached her growing up. The hardest part was allowing me to be her coach instead of the father. So first to try to work with the athlete to get an understanding of what we needed for our team. And then I quickly realized that anything that she was dealing with really was coming from her father. So second major step we had to do was all three of us meet. And I appreciated what he had done for his daughter and what he was trying to do. But I also had to let him know that he had created a triangle where his daughter was caught between me and him. And I appreciated what he did, but I had to also worry about the team and how it was affecting our team, because he was coaching her from the stands while I was trying to coach her in the field. It was a pretty tough situation. Wasn't perfect. We tried to work it out. Some days were better than others. But the biggest thing is I had to really work with them to understand this is a team. And she has to fit within our team for us to be effective as a team. And when he was trying to pull her away, he's pulling away from the team. Really the person that hurt the most was the daughter. So we had to really battle back and forth to try to work it out where you didn't hurt the kid and the kid was able to be a part of the team, because it put her in a very tough situation with her teammates too. So that was a big one.
Did you feel that you were able to establish that outcome in a more positive way towards the end of that process? Like, were you in a better place at the end of the season than you were at the beginning of the season, or was it a constant?
It was constant.
It was constant.
Yeah. Sometimes you're trying to work things out, and my job was to protect the team and do the best for the team, where he was trying to figure out what was best for his daughter. So some days were better than others, but it still was a struggle. She ended up doing okay though. She went and played 4 years in college, so. But sometimes that goes with you too, so that followed her wherever she went.
Right.
But that was a big one.
So going back to, the time during COVID, what was your role?
I was principal.
Your principal? Okay.
Any other follow-up questions? Okay. Based on what you've learned about our district, and you have a pretty intimate knowledge of our district as a current teacher, what personal strengths can you bring to our schools and our community to help us improve from where we're at now? What do you see as our biggest challenge going forward? So what can you bring to our schools and our community to help us improve? And what do you see as our biggest challenge going forward?
From a teacher's perspective,
From what you've learned about our district to date, what you know about us, from what you've learned about us to date, what personal strengths
okay,
can you bring to this district as a whole to help us improve? And then what do you see as the biggest challenge going forward?
to help us improve, I think, regarding teachers and staff, I would like to see us become more of one unit. I would like to see us working on a common thread goal all the way through pre-K through 12. My experiences, I've had various experiences working in that kind of situation. I appreciate the fact over the last several years, there's been more of an emphasis over academic rigor. I know that I'm an effective instructor. I know what an effective instructor looks like. I think our teachers work really hard. I think that the instructional support side of me could really help with some information that maybe they are seeking help with. I appreciate there's been more emphasis on data and really looking at data to see if we're meeting our goals. I think we could do a better job with that. Of course, I'm a math person, so I kind of get into data. It's not the only thing, but it can kind of reinforce what we're trying to do in the classroom, right? So teacher, school structure, culture. Worry about retention. You know, you already have a group of people that want to be here and they're not getting paid very much. So it's really been a pretty good indication that they're choosing to be here because it is a good culture. Those kind of things I would like to see improved.
Okay. So it sounds to me like some of the improvements were also the challenges and they kind of cross back.
Right.
Any follow-up questions to that specifically? Oh, all right, Mr. Hunter, number 7, please.
Being an instructional leader in the district, how will you balance maintaining positive relationships with staff while increasing our levels of achievement? Because achievement's a big issue.
Yeah. So I think the way that you create and maintain positive relationships with staff, I believe in trust can promote growth. And the way, you know, trust is hard to earn and it's easy to break. But I think if people see you walking the walk, they'll begin to trust what you say and do when they see what you're doing. Being active and being a part of everyday school environment for teachers to see that you're really in the schools will help establish a lot of trust. I think if I could push teachers just to improve a little bit, like, wouldn't it be awesome? We were talking about this in the other meeting. If everybody made a commitment, if we do things together as one unit, then you can see culture change. If everybody made a commitment just to improve a little bit, like say, hey, we want to improve 1% of everything we're doing. And if I can get teachers to do that and kids see that they're trying to improve, then we're going to be pushing kids for better achievement. You know, when you hold each other accountable, it makes a big difference. And I think that's reflective in the classroom when students see you doing that consistently. So holding people accountable and helping improve achievement, It has to be something that we decide as a group, how are we gonna do this? How are we gonna make, this place is good, but how do we make it better every day? I believe in growing, and that's why you're in school anyway, whether you're a teacher or a student. So as far as accountability, you have to go through the levels of, me as, if I were superintendent, to the administrators, making sure we're using the same language, common language to help get to the teachers, and the teachers the same, holding each other accountable with their students.
I think one of the things that stands out here for me, and this is something from the outside looking in, not being in an educational system on the day-to-day. But rather being in a more of a corporate environment. It's hard, and this is the part of the question that I think I'd like to dig into more. Holding people accountable also means that you have to tell them in no certain words that they're not doing something correctly.
Right.
You have to let them know that this is not being done well.
Right.
Or this is not being done in the same steps or way in which we expect,
Yeah.
correct, for this outcome.
Right.
That, I think, is that positive relationships piece. So if you were to put yourself in front of a student, or I mean, a staff member,
Sure.
and have to critique that, are there things that you have experienced or thought of that would put you in a different place to impart, here's what you're going to do differently, that will affect how your outcome is produced, right? Give us an example of like maintaining the positive when you're actually affirming that something's not well
Sure.
enough.
When you get into that kind of situation, you have to be very objective. And you have to really put aside the subjective side of working with an employee that way. An example would be, I had a teacher that we had evaluated as I was a principal. And we talked about, after the observation and the evaluation, there were key components that within our evaluation system he wasn't meeting. So when I went back and we were talking, you talk about the things that you felt went well, and then you talk about the things that as an evaluator, those are different things that we wanted a teacher to have. So we talked about those, and then you have to really establish some type of plan in writing that you're going to work with, right? Those are the hard things. But if we're really trying to accomplish what our goals are, you have to also discuss those. And I believe you can do that with tact, right? The problem comes up, are they going to meet what that plan was, or are they not going to meet, right? So then there's another time that you have to go back and say, yeah, you did this, or no, you're still not doing this. And then if it goes well, then you continue to work with. If it doesn't, there has to be a point where we're saying, sorry, this is not working out. Those are not easy, but they have to be the right thing for the school. So, but you have to establish some type of relationship before you even get to that situation, so that you're able to communicate those. If that's the first time I've ever worked with somebody, that's not going to be as popular or as easy to deal with. But if it's where you've been around and they know who you are and what your expectations are, it becomes a little bit easier to communicate. So those decisions have to be made. Ultimately, it comes what's right for the students in that classroom. So.
Does have any follow-up questions to number 7? No? Okay.
So, question number 8 says, how would you resolve a parental complaint if a teacher or administrator was in error?
Well, with the parent complaint, you would love for them to go to the teacher first or the administrator first. That would be, that's the first thing you want to know. Did they try to work it out at that level first? Everybody doesn't go through those different levels. They'll just jump right to the superintendent. Usually when it gets to that point, it's because somebody wants to be heard because they felt like maybe they haven't been heard or maybe adjustments haven't been made to fulfill whatever their complaint is. I think, you'd have to really pull in all possible information that you get from both sides. And really work through, whatever was going on with the teacher administrator. If it was something in error, then we gotta, figure a way to make it right. If they were doing what they're supposed to do, then I would have to work with the parent, and let them know these are the guidelines and what I've investigated. How can we help meet you with whatever the problem may be? So it really depends on the situation, but that would be my first question, is to see, did it go through the proper steps first? And then really try to gather all information I could for the situation and work through it with the teacher or the administrator and the parent.
Can you give us an example in the past as a principal in the sense of, it's gone through the channels, you've investigated and found that there's been some process errors or some errors around how things worked out. How did you tackle, how did you support an improvement of teachers at the same time supporting parents?
Yeah, we'll see. Had a parent that when I was at the high school as principal, they were not happy with the teacher and they went right to the superintendent. They didn't come to the principal. So the superintendent obviously called me as the principal. My first objective was to have conversation with the teacher and try to work through it. What really drives what's going to be next is really what happened, right? And in this situation, the teacher was in the wrong. So I had to really work with the teacher about what was in the wrong and were we going to be able to change that situation? Unfortunately, it didn't change. And I had to let that teacher go because of a type of insubordination. I've been in situations where it's kind of happened the other way, where maybe the things that were said, by a student to the parent didn't actually happen. So you still go and find out what are the details. And then you really have to go back and communicate with the parent about, here's what I found, here's where we are, and then how can I help you continue to work through this? So I've seen it both ways. Again, ultimately it comes down to the kids and what's right for them in the classroom. So both ways, it has to do a lot with meetings, a lot with communicating, fact finding, documentation. I mean, you can really, if you're doing it the right way, that's what it really comes about.
Sure.
Yeah.
Any other questions follow to that? Summary? No? Rachel?
All right, this one's got multiple parts. We're gonna we'll go a little bit and we'll break and then we'll do the rest of it. So describe a time you provided leadership around an issue or an effort that you knew and believed was right, but it may have been controversial. We'll start with that one.
Which one? No, I'm just teasing. I was trying to think which situation. Describe a time you provided leadership around an issue effort you knew, believed was right, but may have been controversial. Okay. We had an athletic event and the only flag that was supposed to be flown was the United States of America flag. We had a situation that was kind of an emotional situation that a particular athlete wanted to carry a particular flag out. And they were told, you can't do that because it didn't represent all of us. Because if you're allowed to bring that, then somebody else might bring something else. So we tried to work really hard to get the people involved to understand why we only had one flag, right? Well, we had our US flag and then they had their school flag that we ran. At an away game, this particular athlete decided they were gonna take their flag anyway. And they ran out with their flag, so once that happened, the coach had already been instructed, if that happens, they have to sit down because they had all been told the situation. I knew it was the right thing for the school, but some of the people involved didn't believe it was the right thing for those particular people that wanted that. So I had to really make sure and communicate why the school chose, and it wasn't just the school, it was the school district that chose, this is what we're gonna do and this is the way it's gonna be. That was a tough one because I understood why they wanted to do what they wanted to do, but it didn't make it right. And I had to make them understand it was right for our whole school. We had to represent the whole school. And the way that we represented the whole school was with our school flag. That was a tough one. It's sometimes if you get like that, you know it's right and you have to take the brunt of it because it's the right thing for your school district.
When you're working through that, and how did you develop your leadership plan and your strategy then to not only deal with the student, but then the community and basically everyone, you know, all the different stakeholders in that?
Yeah. Communication was big, not just verbally, but we had to put some things in writing as a statement from the school district about what our beliefs were and what we wanted our students to represent. You know, that's not a catch-all, it's just an explanation so that people understand why that decision was made as a school district. Obviously within the school, we had some announcements about why, you know, the united front for our school district was represented instead of just individuals. It wasn't that we didn't believe in everything for each individual, but we still had to represent our school district in that way. So we did an actual letter from our superintendent came out because it was a hot topic. And then as a principal, I put in some communication to like on that Schmore newsletter. So that doesn't mean everybody was happy with it, but you have to help people understand why you're making that stand. So that's what we did with communication.
Is there anything you would have done differently?
No. I knew it was right for the school. I knew if there's some other flags that have flown, some people would have been very unhappy. But if we allowed that, then you have to allow everything, right? Not that everybody believes in everything that was coming out, but that's what we had to do. I believe it. I don't think I would have done anything different. Sometimes you have to stand up for what's right, even when it's ugly, right?
Any follow-up questions? No? Okay, great. Number two.
What do you foresee as the 2 or 3 major issues facing public education in the next 5 years? What will you do to prepare our district to deal with these issues?
2 to 3 major issues facing public education. There's kind of a decline in enrollment in public education. It seems like it's become gradual, but it's more and more. I think it's tougher and tougher getting good quality teachers. I'm kind of interested in what AI and how we could use it effectively in our schools. That's going to be something that I think, you know, there's going to have to be a lot of investment in so we can use it properly. I think money is always going to be a factor.
Any ideas on how you will prepare our district to deal with enrollment and finding good staffing, AI and dollars?
Yeah. We're kind of different because we're in a small area, so that's going to be kind of tough. When I was a principal and we tried to come back from COVID, you know, the numbers were really low And a lot of people, didn't want to be around other people. So we really worked hard to establish, hey, do you want to come part-time?
Mhm.
Do you want to take our courses that we offered online? Because we did a lot of online, and matter of fact, they still do that, offer some kids some online courses. It was a way to pull in a little bit of money. It's not a lifesaver. But it was a way to try to reach out to students that maybe weren't in the classroom all day long or just wanted to come part-time. So we did some of that. Teachers, retention. You know, what can we do to make this school special enough that they want to stay here? The mill levy is going to be a big deal for teachers and trying to work with the financial side of, trying to help them financially. And just trying to fill, you know, creative ways to work with monies. We did pull in a lot of grants like happened here. Grants are awesome if they can continue year to year, especially when you're trying to hire people for different positions. So I believe in grants, but I also worry about grants because if you have something that's a key and you gotta let it go, and that's the real world.
Mhm.
So AI, we would have to do a lot of education.
Do you guys have any follow-up questions? Okay, talking about money, budgets. Budget development is a balancing act between needs, obviously. What steps will you take to ensure the board, the community, and your staff support in decision-making around budget?
Think just listening to a meeting we were in the other day, educating staff about budget is huge. When you're in a teacher's position, you don't really understand everything about a school budget. And it was interesting to hear some of the questions that the teachers actually asked, right? Which was legit. So I was like, that makes a lot of sense. They have, not that they're not capable, but they have no idea,
Mhm.
right? So when we were talking about those kind of things, it was like, okay, I want to make sure they understand why some decisions are being made. And a lot of that is educating them about where the money comes from for schools, which you kind of take for granted when you're in an administrative position because you have a better idea than a teacher would who's in a classroom. So it would be awesome to share just some basics so they have an understanding of why you're doing what you're doing. I think if you get ahead of that, then sometimes some of the decisions that have to be made that are hard, they may have a better understanding of why you're doing what you're doing with monies. You know, there's always gonna be, we only have so much money coming in. How can we control any of our expenses? And that comes down to just making sure our lights off in the afternoon when you're not using a classroom. It could be something as simple as that to help out. I know that's not, you know, a big percentage of what a budget would be, but if we all take ownership of it, it's a little bit easier. But I think just education of why you're doing what you're doing will help a lot of people understand. They may not agree, and sometimes that's hard, but the more people understand what's going on and why it's going on, I think there's a better feeling about why you did what you did. And if you do that proactively, then it's easier when some kind of decision has to be made.
Would you support a, like a finance type committee structure around that suggestion? Meaning, some supportive committee work where you have all types of players at the table, meaning a principal, a teacher from each building,
That would be,
a parent, a coach, or
Yeah.
DAC member, PTA member. Is that something you would support or feel as though that would be too far to reach? What's your take on that?
I know that would be interesting to look at and see, you know, would that be something that would be effective to have like smaller leaders go out and explain too? if they're a part of that, it would be interesting to look at to see all the details.
And how would you work with the business manager in regard to this balancing act?
Big time. Matter of fact, before I even thought about applying, I went to talk to Chrissy. And said, look, there's some things I know as a principal from a budget, but obviously not from a superintendent side. That I would really have to lean in hard with Chrissy. And you know, we talked about some things and she's more than willing to help whoever the new superintendent will be, right? But that would be a pretty hard lean.
I think she's used to that.
Yeah. I think so.
After a few years.
What was really interesting yesterday, I don't know if you heard one of the community members. She said, I have to ask you a personal question. So I said, okay. She goes, are you financially responsible? And so I said, are you asking me personally? And she said, yes. I said, heck yeah. And I, you know, but I am. And I told her, I said, you know, I taught a personal finance class here. And the state of Colorado is trying to push it. They're actually supposed to vote today to see if the state's going to be the 28th state to require personal finance at a high school level. I personally think whether it's required or not is something that students need and want. But I thought that was awesome that she asked that, because if I'm not personally financially responsible, how can I have that same responsibility for a district and the millions of dollars that you deal with, you know, budget wise. So that was kind of enlightening for her to ask. She said, I asked the other kiddos, I have to ask you. I said, that's fine. That's awesome. I thought it was neat.
Can I just ask if you could help us understand, when we look at a budget, how do you view it from a priority perspective? Like, how do you determine how to balance a budget when we have multiple types of priorities that we're initiatives or things that we're trying to get done? And this is one, you know, let's say this is one of these years where the balance, you know, the budget's tight, and you have to determine, how do you do that with your team?
I think what I would look at is what can we do without that would least affect students in the classroom? And I know that's a big, broad answer. But are there things that we can cut back on that won't directly affect students first, right? And that's always the hard part about balancing budgets, whether you're at a school or whatever it may be. That would be my first, like, what are our priorities, right? And then really, what are our priorities out of those first priorities? What's going to be the most important thing? What can we live without for a little while, or unfortunately, maybe for a long time? I think that's the way I would approach that.
Any other questions? All right, Tim. Understand.
Along those same lines, have you been involved in deficit financing?
Yes.
In other words, what kind of
When
philosophy do you
I
have about that?
was my second year principal, we had to cut back on some staff. And the hardest part about it was we knew we had to cut back. And then how you had to fill in the gaps with people that you had. Educating who is in your building is usually the toughest part, and then educating the parents about why this had to be a cutback, right? It was an essential part of that community, the person we had to cut back for a long time. So it was pretty raw for a while, but it was something that the district had to do to cut back on some finances. So it's never easy, but it was something they had to do at the time. Now, from what I understand, they were able to work it back in financially, but for a couple of years, they had to make some serious cutbacks.
I think more along the lines of this question is, and I'll just use a current example with our school. We have to put a lot of money into our track and field facility.
Yeah.
Which, and it's not exactly deficit spending, but it's definitely not a priority spending. But I think this is talking about the philosophy of whether you're willing to take those kind of steps that are gonna impinge on other programs and other projects, and how you would prioritize that kind of, when it's almost inevitable, we have to deficit spend.
Yeah.
Not just doing a cutback here or there, cutting somebody out and feeling bad about it, which is, I've recognized that, but when there do come times when you have to use your line of credit.
Yeah, yeah. Think, if you have to do that, then you have to make a plan, or how are we gonna continually work back to get out of that line of credit, right? Maybe like a plan B, okay, if we have to go do what we did and get in a deficit, how are we gonna make that right over the next several years? And I think you would probably have to figure out, can we lean off of something else that would be a priority that's gonna go over to the track in the field, right? Maybe figure a way to try to get it back over the next several years after you have to do it. You know, you have to realize, is that a necessity too? And, you know, some people are gonna believe it is, and some people are gonna believe it's not. I mean, you almost think about personal credit, right? If you do decide, or you have to, whether it's emergency, you have to figure a way to make it right, balance it back out if you can. And that would come with a plan.
Any follow-up questions? Anyone?
So, 13 is a longer, question, but the first part sets you really up for the question.
Okay.
So I'll read the first part and then stop a minute and then ask you the question.
Okay.
Given the current landscape of public education encompassing challenges such as increasing political polarization, local rule dynamics, teacher shortages, mental health concerns among students and staff, and the need to address equality and achievement gaps. So here's the question. What is your vision for our district the first 3 to 5 years to move us forward? That vision, that vision while effectively addressing these key challenges.
So I think when all those things are really real things that you deal with every day outside of a school system, I think what has to happen is you have to establish, it's almost like thinking about it this way. We don't do those things here. You know, and like you talked about equity and political polarization, even though that may be a norm out in society, I think we have to establish this is our norm at our school. Like, you know, when I first walked in, the biggest thing you saw was be ready, be respectful, be responsible. If that's our norm, then it has to become a common language, pre-K through 12. And then you have to really make sure that your staff, your parents, and your students understand this maybe happen outside of our classrooms in our community, but when we walk in this building, we want you to be this type of person, right? To me, you're in schools and education because we want to help produce good citizens when they leave our schools. And part of that is, yeah, this may be going on. That doesn't mean it's right. And we don't treat each other that way. I think that has to be a part of your whole culture, besides just academics and achievement. You want people to be good people and go out and maybe help them understand how to deal with some of those situations.
I think one of the things that stood out for me with this very long question, and so I'm gonna circle back around.
Okay.
Is that during the, and I'm just gonna give you a little background. During the course of my deeper involvement with the school district, the strategic plan has risen in its priority, not just in front of the board, but in front of staff and others throughout the district to really start to grasp and understand what that innovative plan, what that strategic plan and the innovation behind that strategic plan is trying to accomplish. What are our strategies for results, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so many of those things that were in the first part of the question, like politics, rural dynamics, teacher shortages, mental health, all of these very, very large concerns that have been bubbling up to the top. We look at that strat plan every single year as a full board with our administration.
Right.
And every year in the last 4 years, we've made changes to that strategic plan to align it. Or maybe insert something, or maybe pull something out as those political and other ideals are really in front of us and they're becoming increasingly important. So I would like your perspective to answer this slightly differently, just in terms of that strategic plan. Have you read and are you really fully understanding and embracing of where we're at now? And is there something that you've seen in that strategic plan that you're like, you know, we could tweak this better. We could talk about this less. We could talk about this more. I know you don't have it in front of you, but is there anything that has like really stood out for you in terms of the strategy behind the district? And that really is strat plan.
Can't think of anything that's popped out right off the top of my head. I have read through it several times, and I appreciate the fact of how it was laid out with the strategies. I think just like you're saying, there's so many things that change from year to year. That is accepted in society, that's not accepted with us. Equity being one of them. I don't know how you can't be equitable when you have a diverse population. And we have a diverse population, whether it's in our town or in our classrooms. You know, that's something that I think it's gonna pop up more and more because it is popping up outside of schools. I think that's something we really have to work on to make sure that we're figure a way to help understand others that maybe, you know, some people have never been open to. I think that's probably in the next few years going to be more overt than it is right now in the way people treat each other, because outside they're telling us it's not okay. So when you're a parent or a student and you're hearing that that's okay in society, how do you bring it back in the classroom? And you got to live with other people that are not like you. I think that's something that I think is going to have to be a focus. I can't remember strategically that was in the plan.
Oh, it's part of it.
Yeah,
It's part
I
of
thought it was,
yeah,
but I can't
40.
remember exactly what was said.
Well, I think that's part of the MTSS systems that we've been really pulling hard on.
Yes.
And there are many things in that strat plan that, you know, PBL, MTSS, like there's every acronym you can imagine.
Yeah.
But they're all important. And,
Sure.
And I think that's where that personal vision comes into play.
Right.
Like whether you align with some of those visions as they stand now, and if there's anything that you would add or subtract to it. So it's challenging.
Yeah.
Anybody have any other clear follow-up?
I think with the MTSS, I see that as a good foundational for the tier 1. That's going to be helping move it on to the tier 2 and tier 3 situations with teachers, and, you know, helping keep pushing that so that we all understand what is tier 2 as an educator, how am I helping a student with whatever behaviors that may be. That, I think that's the next level. Just thinking about MTSS.
Okay.
I think a lot of teachers do it, they don't realize it. You know, some.
I agree. Rachel, number 14.
How would you provide leadership to foster a strong board and superintendent relationship? And how would you assist the board in reaching consensus on decisions? And how would you deal with the serious difference of opinion between the superintendent and the board?
Oh, they have serious difference of opinions.
All the time.
I don't know, I'm just teasing. How would you provide leadership to foster a strong board superintendent relationship? I think if we can talk through things and see, you know, really trust each other to really focus on whatever it may be that we're disagreeing on. I think it still comes back to what's the right thing to do for the school system, whatever, you know, that difference may be. I think both sides or all of us would have to be willing to hear everybody's side. I don't know if side's the right word, but and try to work through it together. I think there has to be a big trust that we're all trying to accomplish the same thing. How would I assist the board in consensus on the decision? I would just coerce you to no. I think it comes back to what's right for the school and really, let's really get down to, is this okay for what we need to do with the school and just really talk through it. It takes work. Serious difference of opinion between the superintendent and the board. I still think just trying to work through it with communication and understanding, whatever our differences may be. Hearing both sides. You know, what you think would work, what you think would work, maybe see, okay, let's try this and see what we think would be best, right? Or maybe try what y'all's opinion was and see if we think that's what would be best. Just really get down and work through it. I've seen it. I mean, not behind the scenes when the superintendent's talking to the board, you know, like in work sessions or whatever it may be, but I've seen where there's been some differences with the board and the superintendent, and they really work together as a team for what was best. So those are tough, hard conversations, but ultimately y'all volunteered to make this school, you know, the best it can be. And I would think the superintendent would be doing the same thing. So we'd have to come together and determine something.
Any follow-ups? Great. 15.
How will you work with the Board of Education? And what do you believe are the most important characteristics of a positive and productive board superintendent working relationship?
I think the most important characteristics is that we would be a team together working whatever the policies and procedures we need for the school district. Within a team, like we just talked about, you could have some differences. But even when you have differences on the team, you have to work together to come to a common consensus or a common goal. A positive and productive board and superintendent is where everybody's trying to do the best they can for whatever their school district is trying to accomplish. And I know it sounds very general, but proactive, working together, being involved. All those good team concepts.
How would you encourage the productive relationship? Like, do you have any idea of, I mean, what the public sees is one work session or two work sessions and one board meeting a month. But outside of that is a lot of other things that are happening all the time.
Right.
And that's probably why I try to reiterate how many hours this Board of Education puts in.
Yeah.
For approximately $0 of pay.
Right.
But so to increase or help the effectiveness or productivity, do you have ideas around, well, I would, you know, I've seen it this way and I've also seen this work. Are there any ideas around making the relationship between the board and the superintendent the most productive it possibly can be?
I think as a superintendent, I would want to bring as much information as I could for what was going on daily in the schools. What, you know, what I would see and try to help the board understand on a daily basis, whatever issues or strengths, whatever we're talking about. So you would have an understanding on a daily basis. I'll also understand what you're seeing about the public only sees like an hour or 2 hours or
Right.
3 hours. Or if Tim cuts you off, you'll leave by 10 o'clock, right?
It's a great time to keep.
Yeah. that would be interesting to see how you could help people understand how much work really goes in behind the scenes.
Mhm.
But I think that's with teaching in administration and superintendent and a board. I don't think people that are outside of education realize how much extra time anybody puts in.
Great.
If we could figure a way to help educate people that are not involved in schools to realize, the investment. I don't know that people are really concerned about the investment of time. They just see what they see, like you said, when it becomes public. So that's interesting to think about.
All right. Any other questions? I think I'm off. Discuss how you will handle overreach from members of your school board, individual members of your school board. How will you handle overreach?
Uh, I think if I was superintendent, before we would start, I would want to have a great understanding between the board and myself, like, let's really get down and understand what our roles are. And if we're really working together and being honest, we should be able to talk about, let me handle that part because that's my responsibility. But communicate in a way that it's not offensive, right? That we can work together if it was overreach.
Anybody want clarification or have any? I think that this is a key point and something that just so that for everyone's awareness, we do follow up on and will as a board come together with the new superintendent for training before both parties move forward around roles and responsibilities, because it can easily be understood as though because I think we're all sitting here for the right reasons and the greater good and the student success and outcomes. And sometimes we get lost in where our roles might land. So there is training that is to be accomplished prior to moving past this year and into the next year.
Yeah. And then you gotta realize I'm somebody that likes analytical, so I'm pretty oh, this is my role, right?
You like those boundaries?
Yeah.
So you like, if I'm gonna say boundaries, I might as well just say policy. So if policies define that, then that would be something that you could effectively work through because you'd have that understanding through a policy. Am I hearing you correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. So policy driven. Mr. Hunter, number 17.
And how do you propose to involve the Board of Education in our strategic planning and goal setting and budget development?
That almost comes back to what you were asking a little while ago about the strategic plan that y'all have established. It would depend on what kind of changes we were going through as a school and societal. I think there's some goals, academics that we would all like to see be stronger. Involving the Board of Education would be, detailed discussions, backed with data that we could help say, here's where we are, here's where we want to go. How do we want to get there? Would be involvement with discussing with y'all, what we feel as a school district we need to continue to work through. Same thing with budget. A lot of exposure, understanding where we are, what we need to do and where we need to go. One thing about school is you're always making adjustments. Right? I mean, it's just part of everyday life. There's something new that's going to happen.
One of my questions along those lines is, in involving the Board of Education, the superintendent is our one employee.
Right.
And the superintendent has, specific educational knowledge about processes and procedures that we generally, as board members, are familiar with, but are not adept
Living it,
at.
right.
And would it be more of coming down as a directive and here's why? Or would it be coming down as a suggestion and what would you like to do kind of scenario?
Yeah, I'm not sure I would be like a directive. I think I would come more from the teacher side, like educating. Meaning, like you said, there's things that maybe an educator would understand that happens or needs to work on. So I would probably come in and not as a suggestion, but to almost educate about why I think those things need to happen. And get you to understand how it happens or whatever it may be daily in an education setting. Whatever that might be, it's kind of hard to talk about without what it is. But I don't know that I could come in and direct you to do it. I don't know how well that would go over. It's more about understanding whatever it is that I'm trying to present that we would need to change. Does that make sense? Is that what you're?
Well, that's kind of where, yeah, I mean, because there are leaders that lead by, this is what we're doing.
Yeah,
And then there's leaders that say, here's what we should be doing and here's why.
yeah,
And there's differences in those
yes,
leadership methodologies
Right.
that both can work.
sure. I believe in collaboration. I believe if I were to bring something that I would want us to focus on, it would be because I see it as something that we need for the school. And part of that collaboration is really educating to understand why we would need that, right? That's the way I would approach it.
Any other follow-up? Victor, number 8.
Number 18 is give an example of how you would communicate with our Board of Cooperative Services, known as BOCES, and advocating for students' needs and supporting our staff at the same time. And just for clarification, our BOCES works in partnership with our district
Right.
to serve the special needs population in our district. That would include special education students as well as gifted students.
True.
Everything kind of in between.
Yeah, I think would have to come in and really see, what are our needs for the whole school district. I mean, I have an idea what some of the needs are at my level at the high school. I think I would really have to work with the teachers and see where our students are and what needs they are requesting. Just like you would with a special ed director, because to me, that's what BOCES is providing special ed services that you don't have from a special ed director. And then really getting in to see with the staff, hey, are they helping us meet our needs with those particular students? So a lot of inspection and follow-up to really see, are we meeting the needs, right?
Sure.
With the gifted or the special ed.
Any other follow-up, Rachel? I specifically look at you because Rachel's our BOCES liaison at the board.
Just kind of how much have you worked with the BOCES much? I mean, from the schools you've had before, were you your own administrative unit or have you done?
The schools that I've worked at had their own special ed director. And it's my understanding that, BOCES is its own administrative system that helps districts with special ed and gifted. I think I would probably, just from my experience, treat it like you would a special ed director and communicating and making sure you're doing everything legally you're supposed to be doing from a school district and getting down to the nitty gritty with the teachers to make sure that BOCES is helping provide for our students. that's what I would do with a special ed director, so. BOSI's is new to me, but I have a kind of an understanding what it is. I think what the same one serve 8 districts. I don't know the number, but I know they work with different districts in that capacity. So it would be something to dig into and see how does that all, you know, go about systematically.
Anything else? Craig, number. Or I'm sorry, it's Rachel.
There you go.
Sorry. It's because you were just speaking, so I gotta.
Yeah.
It just has we've got about 15 minutes left, but
Yep.
we only have,
Close.
we're right there. What are your expectations of the employees, all of the employees of our district? And what are your personal non-negotiables when it comes to performance?
My expectations, is that we hire professionals. I feel that when you walk into the classroom, you're the professional in that classroom. As far as expectations, it's your responsibility for every student in that classroom. To me, that's a non-negotiable, meaning you have to be, like, the worst thing that could possibly happen is you be the adult and not take care of the students in your class. That's a non-negotiable. I have to figure out, you know, non-negotiables. You have to be the example, you have to be ethical, you have to be competent. And really try to work with every student, and you know, that's kind of tough sometimes. So my expectation about what would be professional, an honest, ethical person in front of those students who's really concerned not only academically, but personally about who they are and how you can help them on a daily basis. I think if you have people like that in every classroom, there's going to be some positive things that happen. Non-negotiable is not doing those things. I've had situations where a couple of teachers that I've had before, we had to let go because they were doing some non-negotiable that shouldn't be happening in front of students. That was very unethical. So. But with that, you have to make sure they understand what are you requiring of them in the classroom. So there has to be a common language, like these are the expectations we have for our teachers here, and these are the expectations we have for our students. So if we have an understanding that in the beginning, then you're all on the level playing field. You know what I mean?
Anybody want to hear anything further? No? Great.
What questions do you have for us?
What are your expectations for a superintendent?
That's a good one.
Ha ha ha, no, just kidding.
I think we should just each answer your question. So Craig, I'll start with you.
Okay, I think it boils down to accountability. What I'm hoping to see in our superintendent is someone who can be professional within the scope of being a superintendent, but also being professional in what the needs are for our specific district. Our superintendent potentially has a huge impact within the community.
Yeah.
And that impact requires a lot of communication. And I know you've spoken already a lot about communication, but just being very proactive in that. And so my hope is that as a superintendent, that our person would be able to function within our community and those different entities that we interact with.
Right.
So I'll just keep going this way since we already have done that. I think I would echo a lot of, and I'm sure we'll all echo the exact expectation that you indicated that you would have from your staff, should you be placed in this particular position. First and foremost, starts with professionalism.
Right.
Professionalism, which really drives down to moral code, in terms of integrity and ethics and values and who we are is what defines top-down leadership, is what I'll call it.
Okay.
And top-down leadership with that thread of the utmost professionalism is what essentially creates a culture of a district that is felt throughout. And you end up, I think you alluded to this in a question before, where students even feel that, see that, and want to demonstrate and echo those same behaviors.
Right.
Because you are essentially the example for those students and then beyond. Every teacher is an example. Everybody on campus day to day is an example. And so I think that culture is supported by practice of proper communication, proper accountability. I think one of the things that we've gotten really good at that I don't want to see dropped is our process and procedures, which have really come a long way in the last few years. In that they're written down, they're followed. People have a clear understanding
That's huge.
of A leads to B and B leads to C. And if you have a problem with A, here's what you do for that. And you follow that chain of command, so to speak, or the process. So policy or process and procedure is important. And then ultimately, policy governance. Now we are not necessarily a policy governance driven board first and foremost at all times, but really we are a district that has to be guided by those boundaries that are written in policy. And I would like to personally see a superintendent who embodies all of those characteristics and values to continue to really lead our school district, but our community. This school district is the heartbeat of this community. It's the largest employer of the community. It's where you see the most faces, right? On the daily, whether it be in the halls or at a game or at, whatever it might be. It's an incredible heartbeat of Mingus. And the integrity of this school district is of the utmost importance to the success of our students, staff, and our community. And for me, those are some of the top line values that I think we're all looking for.
And some of this goes back to the question that I'd asked before about being the educational expert. The superintendent is the board's one employee.
Correct.
And we rely on that employee to give us the directives that are going to be in the best interests that are based on our processes and procedures and our strategic plan. To take those into consideration, but also give us the best directive or the best direction that we should be going in with those kinds of things. And I like what you said about the, explaining and the collaboration, because that is what it takes to have a good superintendent and board relationship, especially since superintendent is the quote unquote expert. And I expect that kind of expertise.
Right.
I expect them when they say something about our procedures or our policies or the direction we're taking. They're saying that from a point of knowledge, a part of education, and then they'll be able to explain why.
Right.
That's, and to have the integrity to follow through with that, and especially their staff, or if the board has other concerns, that you know what's right.
Yeah.
And will stand by what you have to say, even, and I'm saying you don't necessarily disagree with the board, if we come up with something, some other direction as the one employee, that's the thing that you hold, the superintendent holds to their education, understanding, and their integrity about what is right for the district.
Okay. Yep. I like how, like when you said directive, I just felt like I'm telling you what to do, right? That's what I thought in my mind, but I like how you talked about it being the educational direction. To
Right.
me, that's part of what I believe in as well, so.
I think it's hard for community to always understand that we are typically not educators. We are not educated
Right.
within all of the legalities, and the ins and the outs of public education.
Sure.
So for us to really dive into budgeting and how the state legislature and those decisions are made and that trickles down, you know, it takes a bit of time to really grasp all of the ins and outs. And it is a superintendent's job
Yeah.
to be the board's one sole point of contact to educate us, to help work together for those outcomes and decisions. We're not going to know what you know. It's not our job to know what you know.
Okay.
It's our job to assist a superintendent in the leadership of the district. You are our one employee is essentially what it boils down to.
Yeah.
I do not know everything there is to know about public education.
But, and then along those same lines, it comes down to us, for the superintendent to, when we do make decisions, that we have to have backing to go back to our community, because we have to go back to our constituents.
Sure.
And say, here is why.
Yeah.
And to be able to tell them why in a constructive and cohesive manner that they can understand
Yeah.
why these decisions were made. That it wasn't done with bias, it wasn't done surreptitiously, it wasn't done for any ulterior motives other than the good of our students.
Right. Yep. That should be the core of everything, really.
Victor, what do you expect out of, I'm sorry, I'm trying to paraphrase your own question.
That's a lot of what everybody said
Yeah.
already. That's pretty important. And again, the whole board is pretty in line. You know, professionalism is critical. I think how you present yourself to us, how you present yourself to the community, how you present yourself to the school community is critical. That being said, knowledge of our district, being out in our schools, being in our classrooms, talking to our staff, getting feedback from our community. All of those things are to me critical pieces for you as a superintendent to come back to the board and say, here's what I'm hearing, here's what I'm seeing, here's what's going on. Being that the board is not doing that and shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
I think it's critical that a superintendent has the ear to the ground by having advisory committees that are teacher driven. So that you are able to get feedback directly from us staff members, like special needs, like classroom teachers, like reading specialists.
Yeah.
Different folks at different levels
Yeah.
throughout the K-12 system. And that being said, I think you should have an advisory committee that also has student input. So a student advisory committee that gives you feedback about how they may be doing in our schools and what is important to them. You know, so I'm being really specific, but I'm thinking in terms of the global. What I'm really saying is, you're one employee. We expect you to know what's going on in our district.
Okay.
To help us know how we're going to make decisions around governance aspects. So those types of things and ultimately our superintendent succeeds or fails based on whether we trust them or not. If we can't trust our superintendent, then we're gonna have problems.
Sure. Makes sense.
So I'll just be real quick because we've only got a couple minutes. Basically my, you know, obviously what everyone else has said. And, you know, feel free to bring in people that we can talk to. We don't expect you to be to know everything,
Yeah.
especially right off the bat, but if there is something going on, then bring in the secondary principals, and then we could ask them those questions and not just, leave it all to whatever you have
Right.
found, but, you know, feel free to bring in others as well.
Yeah.
I mean, my main things is, you know, documentation, accountability, and then just having anybody available for us to interact with and ask and
Good.
share things as well.
I think we're pretty wrapped, but I want to go back to Dr. Maribel. Is there anything else that we can answer for you before we just cut you off?
That was good, that was good.
Everybody's
No,
hungry.
I just appreciate the opportunity. I know y'all put in a ton of work. And I know ultimately any district has to make sure whatever's going on has to be a good fit for their district, so, thanks for the opportunity and thanks for the work y'all do. I know it makes a big difference. There's a lot of really strong, good things that happen here and it'll continue to be that way. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you and your time.
No
So
problem.
with that, we're just after the 12:10 mark and we are gonna pause recording. Everybody's taking a lunch break. So we'll release everybody for that and then this recording will pause here shortly. So I believe that there's
We're just gonna put everybody on a 5-minute delay until Keith, gets everything rolling. That's what he told
He
me.
went down, yeah, he went down to
Okay.
grab or set it to live, so we are gonna be live very soon.
Enough again.
Oh, wait, I can.
He might have shooting match tomorrow. Horses fighting, it's unsafe when we have people running around with loaded firearms.
Mhm.
It's unsafe for me.
Yeah, well.
Relaxing day, you're not flinging bags of flour today.
So we had an easy day already there today, so I just said, I'm just gonna take the day off. And
Love that.
enjoy all of this.
We're good.
Prepare
The stimulating day.
me for years from now when I take one of your spots.
Okay. Okay, we're ready. I'm gonna go ahead and hit the record button.
That's fine.
You won't say anything.
I am going to call this meeting back to order at 12:56 PM, but we are on a bit of a 5-minute delay, so another 4 minutes and we'll start. I think in, so please hold. Pause. Give us all the time to catch up.
Ready?
Welcome. Thank you for your time tonight, Audrey, and spending not just this time with the board, but also with the entire process, as there have been a couple of other stakeholder group interviews as well. And so we appreciate you giving us of your entire day.
Thanks for having me.
We are going to do a bit of a round robin in terms of Q&A. And the board will I will open, and then we will simply go around as we ask questions. And we are going to be asking you follow-up or feedback immediately after the question. If you,
Okay,
so,
great. Thank you.
all right. So we've obviously, as a board, reviewed your application materials. We've seen your video responses, and we've heard from our search consultant, but we would love it if you could tell us something about your background that might not be evident in what you've shared with us thus far in your file, and why you would want to be the next Manka superintendent.
Yeah, well, thank you, everybody, for having me today, and I appreciate the process and the level of detail, and also the opportunity to meet the community yesterday during the tour. It's really a special place, and can see how much love and heart and pride that people have in Mancos. So it would be an honor to be a part of this community. Something about my background that might not be evident in my file. Ooh, let's see. Well, I mean, I haven't said much about just some of my personal interests and kind of what energizes me outside of school and helps keep bring me the energy to do the work with kids every day. And I would just say, two things is, I just have a really strong connection to the outdoors, and one of the ways that I engage in that is through things like trail running and biking. If I, the trail running to me is one of my favorites, just because it only requires a pair of shoes. But being able to, it's a place where I find reflection and peace, and I'm able to get my energy out, and it's where I can do a lot of my thinking when it comes back to my work in the schools. And I think for as a superintendent, I would hope to model well-being and personal care and what people need to be able to come and work with kids every day. And so I get that through things like trail running. And so that's something that's not in my file, but it's part of who I am. And it also helps me feel ready to go and to do the next thing. And to do the great work of working with kids in the community and leaders. Why do I want to be the Mancos superintendent? Well, I'm even more invested now that I've had a chance to be here. I was really excited about this position when I saw the posting, when we were, my husband and I have been kind of scouring and looking for different unique and well-fit opportunities for me. And so the things that Mancos drew me into Mancos is I've been through Mancos. I've been in the area a lot. I think I said my first time down in this area was probably about age of 5 or 6 when I have family in Bayfield that's now in Cortez. And so I've been in and out and around for many years. So I knew about the area. But in terms of being the superintendent of Mancos School District, it has to do with two things. It's the size and the tight community, the feel, and being able to serve in a superintendent role, which has that strong part, the role of superintendent is about partnerships with the community and bringing that together in service of students and kids and families in the town. Schools are the heart of a small community. They're heart of any community, but they're even more the heart of a community when it's a town the size of Mancos. And it's something that I'm drawn to, doing that work of building partnerships and making things happen for kids and families. And I think that when you bring the community together to do that, and do that well, it's exponential. And it's not just about resources and things like that. It's also just about a thriving, healthy community when we're together, multi-generational community events and everybody putting their efforts towards the youth. It's really inspiring and what gives us all what we need, whether you have a child in the schools or not. And then the other really important component of this is the commitment and to project-based learning and having a approach to learning that's focused in really clearly on student engagement and learning in ways that really push critical thinking and skill development beyond the key skills needed in terms of like reading, writing, and all of those things, but also being able to apply that in meaningful ways. I think more than ever, when I got into project-based learning in the late 90s, as a young educator, it was important, but now it continues to show more and more importance for our students to be able to see and be able to practice applying their skills and learning in different contexts, having real meaningful work and being creative about the ways they show what they know. And often being able to provide service and see that they matter and they value the community no matter what age they are, whether they're 5 and they're putting up birdhouses around the community, or they're 15 and they're advocating for something at city council. So that's why I want to be the superintendent.
Excellent. Any follow-up applications? No. Mr. Hunter.
How do you establish an atmosphere of open and honest communication with the stakeholders in our district? And that's your staff, the teachers, the staff, that's the parents and the other parts of our community that don't necessarily have kids in school.
Yeah. Open and honest communication is one of those foundations to a really strong culture and for growth in a healthy community. It also is an opportunity for growth in learning. Because when you have open and honest feedback, we can get better because we are more aware of what the current state of reality is. And so when we don't have open and honest conversation and communication, we're missing out on knowing what's really happening. If I don't know what's happening for a community, a neighborhood on the other side of the highway that's, I don't know, having access to resources or something, they're trying to do something over there. If I don't know what's happening there, I can't be in support and service of them or understand, how they're trying to cross their kids across the highway, whatever it is, that's just a hypothetical. How do I establish that? And informally and formally, I think informally is my presence and being available and showing up in places where different groups of people are gathering. So learning about all the different places where I can find families and kids, and being present there just to interact. I'm not there to hold kids accountable if I happen to show up at lunch where I think they all go to your place, Rachel. So I'm not there to try to hold them accountable or catch them doing something wrong. It's just to interact with them in their social space. That's where I might learn more about what's happening for them in that space than I do if I'm talking to them in a math classroom. So that's the informal, and part of that is just being present, being around, and my own presence in terms of being open and welcome and listening. The formal structures, to me, are really important, is having a well laid out plan for how and when I'm gonna have those opportunities to meet with different members of the community, stakeholders. So when am I in the kindergarten classrooms? When do kids get to talk to me? So that they know I'm there, because not all kids are gonna wanna run up to me on the playground and talk to me. Some will, for sure, but there'll be others that it might take me showing up to do a read aloud or one-on-one reading with them once a month during their library time, that they might share things. So that's a structure that I would need to put in place. Same thing with staff groups, in terms of when their cycles are for meeting, that they know the predictability of my presence so that they can think, oh, Audrey's coming in 3 weeks. Let's put that on the agenda. We have a question about X, Y, or Z. It's really important that during those sessions that it's not just about me sharing, that it's about them providing that two-way feedback so that there is a structure to how those things go down and that it's predictable, that they know that that can happen. So that's in place and it's in a safe, welcoming way. So I think that's, and transparency, talking about when things aren't going well and being able to share that is important. And early on, it doesn't need to be a secret. Most things don't need to be a secret in a school community, in a school district. Of course, confidentiality with individual students, teachers, families is that's a high 100% secret and confidential work. But in terms of if we find out, that a granting organization is shuttering its doors that's been providing a lot of money for us for one of our programming, well, that word's going to get on the street really fast. So we might as well be open when it comes to us and talk to the people that are involved with that and share that information. So that's those are some of the different ways I feel that.
Anybody? Mr. Figueroa?
Okay, question 3. Describe how you would interact with students academically as well as socially through activities and athletics to foster a positive working relationship so that students have the opportunity to maximize their educational experience.
Yeah, this is a really great question. I talked a little bit about that in the last. Let me just give a moment to think about it. Well, I think I'll build on what I was just talking about is some of the structures for students to engage. And I'd be really curious to see and hear about what's working already here in Mancos around student engagement in connection to leadership in the schools. And so, I mean, I know you have a student member on this or members on the school board, which is a really, really cool opportunity for them to engage with the leadership. I would want to, in terms of interacting with them academically, I'd like to look at how myself and the other school leaders would have a regular routine of being in classrooms together so that they would, and that students know why we were in classrooms. We're in classrooms to see what your learning experience is like. And these are the kinds of questions we might ask you when we come into your classroom so that we can hear your perspective on it. I would hope that I would want to learn about and what are the structures for students giving feedback. I don't know if there's a formal feedback survey for where they're giving feedback about their learning experience here, but we would want to look at how we can make that routine so we're getting consistent data and evidence so that we can also look and say, like, what are our target areas for meeting our students' needs? And then just that positive relationship is being present at all the different types of things that students are engaged with, showing that interest and getting to know them personally. It's a small enough community that over time, I would hope that I have a pretty good handle on all the kids and their names within a year or so. I would give myself thinking about my previous roles. So yeah, and that doesn't have to be just at the high school level. I think we often miss out on talking to young students. And as an elementary principal, we tried to do that a lot and having them come and meet and share feedback and making sure that those aren't just choice-based features. Sometimes at schools, we really miss out on hearing from all students by having it be an opt-in, like a student or an elected opportunity for students to be chosen. One thing that we would do at my previous school in the Roaring Fork Valley is we had something called school crew. And students would make a joke about it because they're like, well, it's just because we're helping in the lunchroom. So a school crew, they rotated through once a month. So that was one of their jobs, was working in the lunchroom. They just had to be there to work with our custodian, Mike, because we have an ethic of like, we all take care of this place together. But the other part of school crew is they got during that month, whenever there were things happening that we needed feedback, we would call school crew. And all students got to be a chance to be school crew. So they got to decide the spirit day of that month. And then we would have sometimes pulling them in for conversations about like, what's happening in school? It's really good. Where do we need to improve things? And so making sure that the opportunities to connect with school students isn't just based on a particular interest or their choice that they decide to show up. I mean, of course, we want those leadership opportunities for students, but all students are leaders. And some of them won't show that outwardly for many years, but we want to come to them.
Yeah, that's great. Rachel.
How would you create a network of key communicators from which to gain input about the school district affairs?
I like this, a network of communicators. Well, I mean, first would be establishing partnerships with the key leaders of different organizations and within the school. So, I mean, the first, one of my first things would to be identify who are all the people that I need to know and connect with that are going to be where that two-way of communication needs to start with right away, because we already have an established partnership or they have an established role in the school where, you know, say the PBL director is working to make things happen for kids. So there's the initial line of that, but the way that you phrase this also makes, so that would be first step. One thing I learned from an expert on community organizing was he spoke about the question where you would always ask, who else do I need to talk to? And so that's one of the best questions I ever learned from him. So I might meet with a community leader, like a neighborhood mom or something, you know, so our leaders aren't just informal positions, but it's identifying who are the people that are making, like Rachel, outside of being a school board person, I learned yesterday, just as your role as a business owner in town, and that you have a leadership and an influential role in a different way as well. And that, so finding out from you, who else do I need to talk to? Whose voice isn't being heard? And then identifying when and how I can have those people start to see me as a point of communication, and establishing some new networks of key communicators. And then those are really important people to identify as when something's happening, that they're on the list of, hey, tell your networks, you know, I have a question, is the community, has it been formally chosen or not around a mill levy? So if that happens, then those would be the people like, hey, guess what? The school district is going for a mill levy, let's hit all of our people, so then you can talk to your people and we can organize together.
Any follow-up? Great.
We're looking for a superintendent who can remain firm, even in the face of adversity. Give us an example of when you have had to do that.
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about, at the tail end of when we were going through our, was probably a total of about 2.5 year, reconstruction project at Clement Springs Elementary School. So, we had received a BEST grant. We had talked about that a little bit, for a complete redo of the entire school campus. So we were only keeping the 100-year-old building, which was gonna be gutted. But then we were tearing down about 5 adjacent buildings and building the whole campus that would be connected physically and also all modernized. And so it was a really long project, from the beginning of master planning to the visioning stage, to the construction stage, to actually moving all the students into the building. And it wasn't just a change in facilities, it was also a change in the physical environment, which changed the way that learning could happen for students, but it also increased transparency around teaching. It changed workspaces and teaming, and so there was a lot of internal or not physical changes, but just actual practice changes that were going to need to happen. And so the staff was a part of all of that, as far as being leaders and communicators, and they gave a lot of input on the process, but then they were also the recipients of all the change. And so we moved 3 formal times, literally moving from like one building to the other building because of the phasing of the project. So we tore down one building, this group moved to modulars, this 7 teachers moved into the kindergarten rooms, the kindergarten rooms moved downstairs. So that happened 3 times. And this over the course of about 18 months. So that's a lot of work and change and just management. And not only I just say we were moving the teachers, we were also moving about 550 students. And so every time we had to do that, you can imagine the routines of the life of a 7-year-old, and what that meant for instruction and all of that. So by the end of it, there was fatigue, and there was, I would just say that there was a desire from some folks to want to kind of retreat into some practices that we had already identified that we were going to move away from, in terms of kind of, I want to teach in my one classroom and close the door and not be as visible and not use some of these shared spaces. And, so there's just some really great opportunities when you redesign a school, but it also means changing the way teaching and learning happens, which ultimately, once you get through that change part, is really incredible for kids, but making that change. And so during that time, it became to me is really clear messaging that we needed to do some more work with that, and we needed to pause, and I needed to acknowledge and affirm the challenges that teachers were feeling, real challenges. When you move kids a lot, behaviors go up, and all of that. But what we didn't do was change our goals around how and our goals towards using the space for kids. And so we regrounded in what are these changes for, and how might we use the space, and what might be our first steps towards doing that, and how can we do that together. So we had to establish some agreements and norms about, like, you can't put paper all over your glass walls. So that was an example of, like, because those were corridors for kids to see and experience learning in another environment. Then we worked with teachers to create a project where they might have to open up the walls and use some different spaces, but it was just one thing. So that's an example of doing that, but that was at a time when fatigue was high, and needed to stand firm with our beliefs about what learning could be in the new building.
We'd also like to see a school with glass doors. That would be interesting. Okay. based on what you've learned about our district thus far, and even our community, what personal strengths can you bring to our schools and our community to help us improve? What have you seen thus far that you can bring to us to help us improve? And what do you see as our biggest challenge going forward? And caveat that you haven't had much time with us, but what do you see that you can bring to help us improve? And then what is our biggest challenge?
Yeah, thank you. I think personal strengths, the schools and communities. So I think something I've seen so far, it's still raining.
I know.
Anyway, is that, from what I know, Mancus is in about its third or fourth year of its PBL implementation. Maybe, is that right?
Beyond that,
Beyond
we're
that.
several years.
Several years, sorry. Maybe
COVID
they were
interrupted
worse.
us.
Oh, okay.
So we were on our path to PBL implementation. COVID came along, put a big kibosh on,
Okay,
right, education in general. And then we've since had research.
and I only said it because I read something somewhere that made me think that, not by my observation
Yeah.
walking around. So anyways, it's in, and it's something that always needs to be worked on. Any sort of school approach needs ongoing ongoing attention, and as new people come in and people leave and standards change, it needs constant work. So anyway, I think that in terms of project-based learning and the way that the strengths that I have around building a cohesive school program and community are, I would say that I have a very strategic thinking and approach to how things happen. I like to, and collaborative, strategic and collaborative, I'd say would be two big words that describe the strengths of mine. So using the collaboration to identify really what are our goals, and then backwards planning from that. I mean, we ask teachers to backwards plan all the time, that we should have our own backward plan. If this is where we want to be, and this is what we want it to look like for all kids. This is what we want it to look like in all classrooms, and coming to some agreements about that. I know that there's already some things in place here that are really exciting that, whether it be the profile of a graduate or some of the framework that you get from, maybe they're using the PBL gold standard, some of those things. So those become kind of these are the bench, the guide, the goalposts, the guideposts, I don't know, you're never there. But that you're using that to backwards plan. So I think that the personal strength of being strategic and collaborative, and also I would say my creativity. I don't believe that there's one way through, is that there are a lot of different ways to do things well, and that we can build those into the plan. And so I would bring that to, as we look at the continued work around the student experience with project-based learning and other goals that are happening. Those three would really serve your community well. What do I see as the biggest challenge going forward? Well, I'm just gonna shift to it. It actually is connected, I will say. I think just knowing that the landscape of teacher recruitment and retention, that and knowing what all schools are facing in terms of the number of available teachers going down, much less being a rural district in a community where the cost of living is climbing, is from what I can read and tell, and having been through that in the Roaring Fork School District, where very dramatically over the last 15 years, it made working in the valley, but just pretty much not accessible. So I would say that in terms of thinking long term, I mean, we might be good for a couple of years here, but if you were to, I haven't had a chance to look at the number of years that our teachers have, you might be looking at retirements and, just life changes that take people in and out of a community. We would want to get out ahead, and would be curious to see what's already in place around that. I don't see it just as a budgetary issue. I know it is one, but then also looking at what are the things we can do to showcase and improve the Mancus experience that make people want to come here, and that could already be happening. Actually, I did hear that from our teachers. I chose Mancus, so I would want to hear about what's in place that we are going to hold really strong to, and what do we need to make sure that we're showing continuous improvement and that strong culture where a teacher wants to be there. I think we can't always pay for it, or it can be a budgetary thing, but teachers love to learn. And so if we can support their professional development, it's not only good for our students, but it's good for the teachers and that's one of the reasons why teachers stayed in my school in Glenwood Spring, is because we had incredible learning opportunities through the EL network. And that actually didn't cost us a lot of money. And I'm not proposing that for this school. I'm just saying that I had teachers say, I'm staying here because I'm learning so much. And a lot of that also just had to do with the learning opportunities we created homegrown in the school. Didn't cost us anything other than some sub days here and there. So there's some of that. And also just, looking at the other quality of life and networks for transportation, whatever it is that we would need to do to have connections with Fort Lewis and other teacher preparation programs. I mentioned in another video there's the video interview that I know I've heard, if we've got teachers preparatory teachers in Fort Lewis, but transportation is an issue, well, maybe we come up with a creative way to get them here. To do their student teaching here.
And follow up to that, have you ever faced and because it's my understanding you've done or been involved in PBL since the 90s.
Yeah.
Have you ever faced a really tough, intense pushback in engaging PBL to where there was you were able to demonstrate the value, not just teach and influence. So my question is leading around instructional coaching, if you will, or instructional leadership. Can you give us an example? Have you had that happen? And can you give us an example of how you tackled it?
Right. Well, when I started at Glenwood Springs Elementary, we were it had just been adopted, the EL model, which has a huge component of learning expeditions, which is PBL. So most of the teachers there knew that it and had a voice in the adoption of it, but that didn't mean that all teachers were on board for it or fully kind of knew that the level of change or impact that it could have. And so I think anytime when you have questions about an approach, I think sometimes that there's a lot of misnomers about PBL. I think and PBL can be done very poorly. Like just like any practice, it can be done in a way that is incredible and changes lives, and it can be done in a way that's kind of like, well, that didn't, that didn't have the impact that it should, and we want to be over here. And so when you're working through that, there's two angles that I would be approaching for that. Is one is how do we make sure that every PBL and there's times when you're doing PBL projects, and then there's times where we just want to see a PBL approach. You can have a PBL approach in math class. They might not be in a project at that moment, but you can be using a lot of the same strategies and ways of thinking and critical thinking and all of that in math. While holding to the curriculum, because math is one of those areas that you have to be really careful about not moving away from the scope and sequence of math, because it's the subject area. So two ways that I would approach that. One is making sure that first that we're continually improving the PBL experience for students here, and that teachers have an opportunity to learn from one another, and they can learn from models. There is so much out there. I know you've been engaged with the PBL Works, or they changed their name.
And launched.
Yes.
Was through their training.
That's right. Okay, so they have so many resources in their network around models. They've got videos. You can go do site visits. There's lots of things there. I'm a former member of the EL network, and I have colleagues in Durango and in Silverton and back in Northern Fork Valley, where those training moments to go and see it and experience it and hear from kids and start to see what it is and why it is really powerful. So sometimes it's just teachers need to see it. That's how we made it through that change, as we started sending teachers out on some site visits around the region and being able to see it. Parents need to see it in action. They need to see and understand the process. So when we're designing like an expedition of, or a celebration of learning, or an event where kids are sharing, we're not just having students share their final product, but they're talking about the process of their learning, because that is where the learning is happening and powerful. And so that helps deepen the understanding around project-based learning and what it is and what it isn't. And it's really clear that we get clear on what it is and what isn't through the work that's already happening here, and really coming to some agreements about it so that we can give that open feedback to one another. And what we would do is often we would hold what we would call share fairs at the end of every year, where teachers would bring some of the artifacts of the things that they were really proud of, and so we could share that. But then there was discussions about like, all right, what were your fails this year? What didn't work?
Right.
And what happened along the way, and what are you gonna do differently? Because as a person who taught, was doing PBL, as a teacher, I can go back and I can say, that was not a high quality project for those students. They had fun. They did have fun, but we want them to also
Learn.
learn and grow at high rates.
Right.
So,
Mr. Hunter, 7.
And that kind of plays into this
It
next
does.
question. As an instructional leader in the district, how do you balance maintaining the positive relationships with staff while increasing the achievement of students?
yeah, that's a great, really important. I think relationships start to feel shallow if we don't talk about deep and important things. And our teachers are here, teachers are because they care deeply about their students, and they care deeply about their growth and success. And so, so you can do that well if you have strong and positive relationships, but that those relationships go beyond the surface level, that we know each other well enough that we can talk about what isn't working here, why isn't it working, and that the teacher has that sense of safety and trust with the leader that's working with them, to know that this is just a conversation so I can get better, and here's my next thing. Not like, here are the 10 things that really didn't look good in your classroom when I walked in there for 10 minutes, but here are the 10 things that were awesome, and here's 2 things that I think I'm really thinking about. Tell me about it, and I see an opportunity for improvement. So that's a coaching and feedback cycle that I would want to know and learn a little bit more about what's in place that's working, and what's an opportunity for us to do better by our teachers, so that they have the support to grow, and that I am not perfect. I would hope to have that grace, and we would want our teacher to know that we would much rather have them be in a space where they feel like they can try and fail as a part of their improvement, versus not want to have the conversation at all. So my role as a superintendent really would be to working with our instructional leaders, formal and informally. We want to, of course, the principals and the other people that are in the classroom giving that feedback, is working with them about that, but then also creating structures where that's happening across between teachers in other ways. There's ways to do instructional rounds with teachers, so they can start really talking about the reality of what's happening and how they can get better.
Mr. Figueroa.
Okay. So the next question is about how you would handle, how would you resolve a parental complaint if a teacher or administrator was in error?
Yeah, I would say that one thing that I would want to do in my first few months here is understand what are the norms and agreements about discourse and conflicts in the community, and how have we brought everybody on board with that, in terms of the idea around a norm around like speaking directly. What's the culture around talking directly to the person where this parent has a complaint with. And so if the parent were to come directly to me, the first thing is I would want to listen and hear their complaint. Obviously, they've taken a risk to come to talk to me. It's not easy to go talk to somebody about a concern, even if they come in with all that fire and power, or that, you know, they're upset, there is their child, you know, that I understand where that's coming from. Once I had a chance to hear, I would really want to talk to them about how much have they connected with the person that they're concerned with. So if it's the parent, if it's the teacher, or it's the administrator, and really start there and see if that's the first place to start for that parent, because that's where the resolution can happen. And that's not always the case. So in those situations, I would want to work with both the parent and the teacher or the administrator to work towards bringing everybody together in the room to talk through it. You know, obviously these are all situation dependent. The most important thing is that the parent feels heard and that the complaint is fully understood. And so that might take some time to get to the bottom of a complaint and working with the parents so they know and understand how we're handling it. What are we gonna do next? When are we gonna touch back with them? I'll call you tomorrow. It's gonna take me a day to get, you know, to talk to some people to gather some information for you. But ultimately, hopefully, we can start with, can that complaint go? Can they just talk directly to the teacher? Because a lot of complaints can, and a lot of, you know, being able to work through, and you know, the word complaint is often, I actually think that's a little bit of a loaded word, because I would say concern, because usually it's concern at the heart of a complaint is a concern.
And then to follow up with that one, so if you found that your teacher or administrator was in error, then what steps did you?
Oh, yeah, thank you. Well, if they were in error, the first thing is to own the error, to acknowledge and own what happened without because we can deal with the because. So if that error happened because I sent that administrator to a training for 3 days in Denver and we didn't make a plan for how their child was gonna receive some services or, you know, get what they needed, we need to deal with that. But the first step would be, how do we own it? And what are our steps towards fixing it? And what do they need? And in terms of working with the teacher or administrator, if that's a part of a pattern, things like that, you know, that, you know, I believe in, you know, having a strong process in place for being able to track and keep track of when something happens. What did we say we were gonna do? What are your next steps? And let's follow up on that. So those would be the ways that I would deal with it. And I think owning it is the most important thing right off the bat. It's a complex. Yeah.
So where do you see professional development in that process?
100%. We need to figure out what the root cause of the error was. And often this is, you know, the case of where we make mistakes when it comes to onboarding teachers, whether they be new or new to the district, and they just do something differently because it was the way they did it somewhere else. And we realize, oh, we haven't, you know, maybe it's around read plans in the early years and writing read plans. Well, if you haven't been teaching in Colorado and you've come in from another state, you might not know there's a lot of details involved with writing and ensuring those read plans are done well and carried out well. So owning it and then saying, okay, what are we gonna do for you right now? Because you got read plans due in a month to give you that support. So the different ways that can happen is making sure that they maybe in that particular scenario would be, who's their mentor in the building? I shouldn't be the read plan mentor. Even the school leader might not be the best read plan mentor because they're not the ones in the system and doing all of the detail work. So who's their mentor? What training do they need? How do we get them that? Do we need to get a sub for them to get online and do the trainings that they can access? So often that is one of the really critical part of the next step.
Excellent. I'm just gonna make a note that we're on question 9.
Okay,
And we have a lot.
okay, go faster.
She's just gonna talk faster.
And then this is a really long question.
Yeah,
So,
Rachel's.
It's all right. Well, they'll start, I'll be able to say, and I kind of talked about it.
Yeah.
Right, bring that down. Okay.
so this one we're gonna kind of break up a little bit. So describe a time that you provided leadership around an issue or an effort that you knew and believed that was right, but it might have been controversial. How did you know that it was right? We'll start there and then we'll go to the next part.
Okay. Let's see. Well, I'll give this example and we'll just go with it. I think, in Roaring Fork School District, we had a lot of autonomy as site-based leaders, but then we also needed to be in alignment across our schools. So there were a number of other elementary schools in the district, and fantastic colleagues. They were, you know, my partners in crime in terms of how we were able to work together, learn from one another. There was times when, as in terms of our school, with the goals that we were trying to meet, we needed to defer from the agreements that were set around what was happening for students. So and sometimes we were providing opportunities for students that looked differently that the other schools weren't able to provide. So I'll give a very brief example. This may be not my best example, but I'm just gonna work through it in terms of how I believed it was right that we had made a commitment towards a progression of students having an outdoor experiential experience, kindergarten through 5th grade. It's a part of the school model, and the nature-based, that students have a connection to the outdoors and they have a chance to experience challenge and adventure outside of the classroom. Not just doing, yes, doing some outdoor-based things, but also just time in nature and outside of the classroom where they could really grow and develop their habits around determination, teamwork, and all of that. So this was a place where we could see other students thrive and they could grow and do that. What we were doing was controversial in that the other schools weren't doing that, and that it was kind of pitting, oh, well, you're doing that, we're not doing that. How are you funding it? We're not funding it. And so the controversy was less about the approach, but it was more about the dynamic that it created between myself and my colleagues, and also just across the district between teachers. And so it was a hot spot. Because, you know, it's similar to a small district here, you have spouses that are working in different buildings and divisions and things like that. It was also controversial because we were asking our teachers to take on an additional workload. So their contract, you know, we had to work through kind of contract issues. So I guess it was controversial. I knew it was right because, well, I mean, I knew in my heart that it was right in terms of my own beliefs about learning for students, but that as a leader, it can't just be about that, but that because our school had made a commitment to the framework and the model that we were working with, and that was one component that students received that one experience each year. And so I had the backing also of our community, and our parents had chosen the school for some of those reasons. The leadership plan and strategy was to really build out a clear scope of what was happening and why it was happening. So we could show our community, and I could show district leaders and my colleagues why and how it was happening. And so that it wasn't just we were doing one-offs or deciding this is great fun, let's do it, but it was, this is a part of the learning plan for a student at our school. And this is what it looks like. This is how it builds each time. These are the skills and dispositions we're going to work on through that. And so that allowed me to make sure that it was communicated well and why we were doing it. And it also allowed other schools to look at it and use some of it, because it actually helped some of the schools that wanted to get it going in their school to say, hey, well, we may not have the full framework of what you have, but we want to do this well as well. And so it kind of gave them some of that opportunity. So
Excellent.
what would I do differently?
Yeah, there you go.
What would I do differently? I mean, I think I would have, in that part, I would say what happened midway was more my plan for teacher support and compensation. And so that early years was not well laid out. And so that was done, you know, teachers were doing it in good spirit, but that becomes a burden year after year, especially if you've got a family and, you know, have evening evening things that you have committed to. And so I would have done that from the beginning and thought more strategically about what does this look like? What's the impact on the staff that are doing this? And I would have made sure that that was laid out. Mid stride, we were able to then add a stipend, and we got out ahead early to find out from teachers and staff to find out what needs they had, what accommodations they needed, you know, if we had a parent of a young child, what does that look like and how could we fix it? So that's actually something that I have in place now with my current programming. And so we're just like you look for the accommodations that students need, teachers need accommodations too. An example now is we do a lot of water. This is in Southeast Asia, but we have a teacher who has a hearing aid. And so we have a plan. So he doesn't have to think up the plan of how am I going to cover my kids when they're out kayaking. It's already in place. We've done that for them. So I would have done that earlier and more strategically so that our teachers felt well supported. And because it's a heavy lift, I saw the group coming back from the Grand Canyon and knowing how much work goes into that and how do we support the staff that's doing it.
Excellent. Craig.
What do you foresee as the 2 or 3 major issues facing public education in the next 5 years?
Yeah.
What will you do to prepare our district for dealing?
Well, I think 2 or 3, I would say funding. I think the first one is around funding. And so I think in terms of preparing our district would be getting deep in the financials and projections. I don't know how much work the Mancos district has done so far on that. I'm sure you're doing it. And, I know in the Roaring Fork Valley, when we were getting ready to do our master's facilities plan, there were some external folks who came in and were able to provide kind of some projections around enrollment and what based on what the community was going to experience and just community population changes, all of that. So that would be one thing that I would want to strategically look at is what are we looking like, 3, 5, 10 years out? And how do we start preparing for that? And also what is the advocacy that our district wants to be a part of at the state level? Combine working with the other rural school districts and in the coalitions that exist. I know there's the one in the Southwest here, but also the Rural Education Collective. I don't know much about it, but I've heard it's one of the main groups. So being a part of that conversation so that we're not left out in the dark with that. So that's one. I think one of the other major issues is AI and looking at how what's the landscape of learning and the role of AI in learning. And so I think getting out, this would be a really good opportunity to pull together kind of an action team or a work group. Maybe there's something already in place that involves parents, teachers. I would also say some industry leaders that can give us bring in that external insight. So that would be the second one. I think I've already seen some different models of ways school districts are working with that, how can it be utilized for learning? And then also how can we give teachers a clear guide on how to use it? And then also how do we help our students understand from a really young age what it is, what it isn't, and how to navigate it. Well, I mean, I know like 7-year-olds can like get on Gemini and make little characters and stuff like that. And also ourselves being more savvy in that world. So I would say those are the 2 that I would talk in terms of preparing that. So I am a strong believer in action teams when there is a need. How do you pull an action group together that can work temporary? It's not a forever commitment. You bring the people that are really interested in it to kind of lead out in the learning and the research and the input gathering, and then they can provide proposals in terms of what needs to happen next. So it's a great way to engage people on shorter term work around things that matter.
So that's a good segue into the next question. To a degree, budget development is a balancing act between needs. What steps would you take to ensure that your board, your community, and your staff have support in decision-making.
Yeah.
When it comes to budgeting.
Yeah, so when it comes to budgeting, I think that transparency is really important kind of throughout the whole cycle, throughout the year, and providing updates. I don't know how your board shares out after each board meeting. One thing that shifted in our school district that partway through my tenure there was that teachers started getting board notes after, like, there was a more strategic, like, yes, you could go and find them. And so it wasn't that they were being hidden, but our communications lead was doing some more strategic work to get the word out of what had happened at the board meeting. So it was basically like, here's the I think we got a summary, and then you could link to the notes. And that I think also went out to community press, whatever, I don't know exactly. So that is to make sure that they're in the know, and that there's a way to do that that doesn't put all the work on the member to go and have to track down and find it because they're interested in it. The other part that I spoke about in one of the committees that I did, and we had site-based budgeting in the Roaring Fork district, which meant I had a lot of autonomy over the budget of the school. And so it was mirroring the process at the district level, and they gave us a lot of transparency. I could actually see what every school was doing and how they were using their different funds and money. It was literally all on the same spreadsheet, and our financial, our assistant superintendent did a really great job of onboarding us to all of that, so we could do that. But one thing that we brought into practice at my school was in a few months prior to the cycle, we would send out a big resource allocation survey, and basically it really went through all of kind of the current allocation of our resources, but it wasn't just about money, it was about time and talent and money across our different initiatives. And so we were getting that input on, are we good?
Right.
Hold the course, do we need more? Do we need less? And so then when we went into the budget cycle of actually making that decision, we would use that as a starting point, and then and be able to move from there. The other piece that some experience that I bring is I was on our interest-based bargaining group, which in the Roaring Fork district at the time, I think what shifted their model basically was had about a six-month process with which had teacher representatives from each school. And we were looking through, like, what are the interests that the teachers are bringing? And so that they would then focus in on projects based on the interests. So like one year I worked with a group where they really worked on parental leave, the parental leave policy. So they brought recommendations to the board. So every year that group would bring recommendations to the board. So it's basically the idea of a work group really gets in it, trying to understand it. They understand their role and they can bring that. So then when we get to the decisions, that one is that there's a really clear understanding of what are the issues, who's impacted by the different elements of whatever the decision is, and so people understand that. And so then when we get to the decision making.
So you would support committee type work around budgeting or interests that would affect budgeting with people from all
Absolutely,
aspects?
yeah, absolutely. That's been my approach to distributed leadership in many ways, and that you bring everyone that needs to be in the more people in the conversation during those stages is really important, because then you're kind of uncovering all of the elements and the impact of how you're allocating resources and the opportunities. And so yeah, I would want to know about what's working, what's not. I mean, it definitely is a challenge to do it well, and you would want to be really clear about protocols, what the role, clear on roles, clear on that this is an input committee, not a decision committee,
Right,
all of that. And
love it. Mr. Hunter?
Deficits financing, have you been involved in that? What kind of philosophy and how do you get out of deficits spending if we have to go that route?
yeah, I mean, I've been involved in it in terms of, I guess I've been involved probably on the sidelines. So this would be an area that I would really work with our financial director and the board and experts on kind of, you know, the CDE and people that, so if I were to get this role, this would be the one area that I would want to make sure that I worked with the board to establish who's my team that I get to have in terms of advisement around deficit financing. My philosophy is you have to, I mean, getting a district out of deficit spending, so that may give you some questions of where in deficit spending is, you know, that it's probably, there are times when it's okay if you know the way out. When you get a cycle of deficit spending, that you don't have a plan for the way out, then you're in that stuck cycle, which really inhibits your ability to do other things. It starts impacting other areas of programming. I think a good example of where deficit spending might work around one-time funds, one-time purchases where it's necessary for the, you know, a good example might be the HVAC system. You know, you don't have a choice because it is literally it's, you know, going down, and you know that happens in schools, especially schools that have old systems. That was our problem in Glenwood Springs. So that would be the part that I would really want to look clear. It's like, what's our way out? Is this a one-time fund, or is it, if this is a reoccurring expense, we need to really be thoughtful about what's coming out of reoccurring expenses, and then where are we setting aside those reserves so those one-time funds don't go into deficit spending. But I know there's a lot of different ways to get the resources, and so learning more about it.
Okay, so I'm gonna read this first part of the question. So it gives you a setup for the question, and then I'm gonna just hold a minute so I can send you and then ask you the question. Okay, given the current landscape of public education encompassing challenges such as increased political polarization, local rule dynamics, teacher shortages, mental health concerns among students and staff, and the need to address equality and achievement gaps. So here's the question. What is your vision for a district, and what specific innovative strategies would you continue or implement in the first 3 to 5 years to move forward with your vision while effectively addressing these key challenges?
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I'm gonna read
There's a
now.
lot there.
Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna do a little close reading. You read it once, now I'm gonna read it again. I mean, I first would say that the beginning of it is really, you're really just naming the intensity and weight schools and districts are feeling right now, and parents and kids, I'm sure students, once they start understanding. And so I would just want to say that as superintendent, my role is to provide or cultivate that culture where learning and growing together can be joyful, and we can do it in a culture of growth. Not everything is perfect. There's a lot going on out there, and it's coming at us from all angles, but if we can really build a strong community, that together we can do anything. And that really, you know, that I know it sounds, you know, really sunshiny and roses, but that is what we need each day, and how we feed each other in terms of our relationships with one another. Those are the things we can control. So focusing first on what can we control. We can control our culture. We can control the idea that we can work together towards the goals that we've set, and that we can do hard things. So that's number one. In terms of the innovative strategies I would continue or implement, one of the things that I'm really excited about is what's happening in the middle and upper years around pathways, personalized learning, and what's possible for students at that age. I know I mentioned that I have 3 sons who have now since graduated, and they went through some, you know, they had a more traditional model, but then there were moments and things along the way that really changed how they saw the world, because it opened up new doors to them, and also helped them feel excited and engaged. And that also did happen in the classroom too. And it can happen in the classroom. So I would really want to continue looking at that and how does that grow and improve for kids, so more kids are really accessing that at a deep level. So I would have to first learn about all the partnerships that are in place. What does it look like for students? One of my sons was able to do his senior year. They had kind of a school within a school program. So he was in a cohort of 50 students called the Quest program, where he started going to school every other day. And then he had an internship in town. They were a part of service projects, and then it was all the standards of science, writing and research standards, like an advanced topic research class those were the standards that he was getting academically, but then that was all infusing. So that was just an innovative way. So that really changed how he felt about school. And also it pushed him to really, it was not easy. It was different. He wasn't having to complete as many homework assignments, but he was being challenged in different ways when he had to write a report and share it with his internship advisor out in the community. So I would want to continue to look to that. I think that's really what's possible in a community like Mancos. You've already got really cool things, the partnership between just in learning about how Dolores is sharing equipment from the welding or shop. I mean, that's that kind of stuff is great, and more of that, and doing it well, like identifying what does quality look like in that, and so making sure that all the decisions are coming around like this is what our criteria of quality is, because there will be a lot in programs like this. You get a lot of people who have ideas and want to engage in different ways, but you have to really make sure that it's right so that the students get what they need. And then I think I would really want to learn a little bit more about what's happening. I know that I watched or read a little bit around possible housing conversations, and I have no idea where it is as a district, and you don't need to answer that question to me right now, but I'm really looking at how do we look at retaining teachers. And how are we working with the community around that, whether it's transportation, whether it's housing, whether it's programs that make this a place that they want to keep coming back to. And so that's a really creative and innovative way to start thinking about retention. And I was lucky in Roaring Fork to be a part of that kind of the whole bond that brought that pretty much, I would say, saved teachers and retention and recruitment in the Roaring Fork Valley was that bond project. And it's different. I know it's a different landscape here, but just thinking about that. Thank you.
Rachel.
How would you provide leadership to foster a strong board and superintendent relationship? And how would you assist the board in reaching consensus on decisions? And then how would you deal with serious difference of opinions between the superintendent and the board?
Right. Well, the first piece in a strong relationship would just be the beginning of working with all of you and really understanding why are you here. This is not a maybe you have a small stipend, I don't know, but you don't need or not, and really understand. Well, it depends, so some boards have like yeah, okay. I've never seen a large stipend, just, when I say small stipend, it's usually like dinner and things like that. So it would really be to understand from each of you, what are you here for? What are you hearing from the community? And how do we keep an open communication and relationship within the confines of the board superintendent relationship? I know this is a really important part of building trust in our community is the work that we do together, and that transparency. In terms of assisting the board in reaching consensus on decisions, I really see that my role is, when it's talking about the committees, the work groups, the things that's happening, is providing accurate and a depth of information and breadth of the scope of whatever it is I'm sharing. If I'm talking to you about the state of early literacy, that you are able to engage and ask questions about the full picture, and that I'm bringing that that to you and with some clear options for, well, you know, our group, our teaching leadership group, our K-3 literacy committee looked at it and here's, you know, here's a couple of different ways that we can go about addressing this issue. And so that's my role, is to make sure that I'm bringing a really clear picture, as clear as I can get, so that then you can look at it without having to go and do your own research. Now, of course, that's something that I know is a part of the board, is your own learning, but my role as superintendent would be to bring a well-informed scope or project to you, and with some clear proposals that you could toss it to look at. In terms of dealing with serious difference of opinion between myself and the board, I hope we wouldn't get there, but I think that whenever you have a difference of opinion, I think the most important part would be probably that we look to some clear protocols on how we can work through that. There's some really great protocols for just, even if it's just a discussion protocol or anything like that, where we can say, okay, let's focus on the problem, not the people. So how do we really intensely look at the problem together, so that we can get the work done in terms of a difference of opinion. And so I think that, you know, my hope would be that I come with I tend to come with an open and an interest in learning deeply about what people want and need, and what are different ways forward. I don't typically come with, here's one way to do it. I'm usually here's 3 ways to do it person. And so hopefully that if we come to each other with those types of things, then we're able to find a middle way, or at times that maybe we need to go one way or the other. And that's that trust component that, okay, you might say to me, okay, Audrey, I know you don't really agree with it, but I need you to execute this. And okay, here we go. And then I would say, and these are the supports I need to do it.
Got it. Great. 15.
Okay, and I go, okay.
15.
No, not
15
time.
and
You've got
No,
20
no.
minutes. You're fine.
And,
Just
okay,
a question.
okay, I'm okay.
It's question
Okay.
15 and you've got 20 minutes left. So
Okay,
we're good.
Thank
How
you.
will you work with the Board of Education and how will you work with the Board of Education, and what do you believe are the most important characteristics of a positive and productive board superintendent working relationship?
Yeah. This would be my first time working directly with the board. So I worked indirectly with the board as a school leader, and then working with the superintendent and the other school directors in terms of the board work. So in terms of what do I believe are so part of it would be a learning journey for me, and hearing from you in terms of what does that look like for you as terms of what's that productive, supportive working relationship. For me would be learning about the different roles in the committees and the way in which the board works, and then also working with my advisors, other superintendents, and the CDE on what is a really effective board superintendent relationship. And so I would want to really, my plan would be to work closely with people that would be sitting in my seat and learning from them. And also finding out like where there's some really highly effective board superintendent relationships, and where can I learn from what they're doing. So I do think the most important characteristic is that we are really clear on our shared goals and values, and that we come back to that regularly. I think another important characteristic is sticking to and establishing our working norms together in terms of what is it like when we come together, how we want to be together, how do we reflect on that, what are we doing well, what can we do differently every time we meet. And that can be done in a public meeting formats, and obviously following all of the that we trust one another, that we're following the procedural and the ways in which boards work, and that I'm doing the same in my role as a superintendent. So I think it's the characteristic I think was really around trust, reflection and feedback, and also a characteristic is the ongoing learning about what it means to be a highly effective board and superintendent team.
Excellent.
Discuss how you would handle overreach from members of your school board.
Yeah. Well, I think it's an open conversation. I mean, I don't think people I think everybody is here, you know, I always presume positive intent, and what's happening. And so I think, when if there's overreach, I'd say, instead of, when something like this happens, is first, it's just you know, just speaking directly, a question or a statement like, hey, hang on, let's stop. This feels like we've now moved into, a space where you're asking me some questions, or, you know, I found out that you're working directly with the food service director on something, and, you know, whatever the issue is, and really first having an open conversation about it and saying, hey, let's talk, let's go back to our norms and agreements, let's go back to our roles and responsibilities, and what's your intent, and how do you see that fitting into your role, and why do I see that it's not in your role, and let's talk about that. And also would want to think about how we handle that as a group if that happens, and, you know, working through open conversation, conflict resolution, and then articulating clearly, okay, are we both in agreement about this? Maybe it wasn't overreach, maybe it's just me thinking it's overreach. So I want to go back to the things that we've agreed upon together, and have an open conversation about it, and be clear with one another, and identify how to make sure that we're on the same page going forward.
We have a strategic plan in the school. How will you involve the Board of Education in this ongoing strategic plan with goal setting and budget development?
Yeah. Well, it's actually one of my questions is, how is the board involved in the strategic plan? I mean, I think that the strategic plan is something that everyone should be involved in the strategic plan. Teachers, staff, educators, and even potentially our students, especially in the middle and high school, that it should be a transparent process, and everyone should know what are the goals that we've set together for the year, and what are the benchmarks, what are the action items, and who's a part of those action items. So the board is a part of that. I would imagine that in the strategic planning process, that in the early stages, is the board gets to be a part of that. I think there's some really cool ways to do that, is invite the board to be a part of when the teachers are processing that, you know. So, you know, we're putting up last year's strategic plan, we're looking at data and evidence, and we're putting together ideas for next year's strategic plan. Well, that would be a really cool time to have a board member or board members coming to those focus group meetings to be involved in it. So there's some creative ways, and then there's obviously the formal ways of making sure that there's a time, whether at a board retreat or a work session, where we're actually, you know, getting into the strategic plan together. As a superintendent, I think it would be really important for me to be bringing a draft, a proposal, or kind of some bones to something that we have to work with, rather than starting from scratch. That is not very productive. I would not say that would be a productive use of our time as a board, because we'll have worked on developing that with the other leaders and teachers prior to coming to that, so that some of that work is pre-done. That doesn't mean that we can't pull something out and put it over there, just makes it more effective, I think, in terms of that. So that would be how I would do that.
Okay. Okay, so give an example of how you will communicate with our Board of Cooperative Services, which is also called BOCES, in advocating for students' needs and supporting our staff. Just to clarify, the Board of Cooperative Services, BOCES, works in partnership with our district to provide services for our special needs population, which includes our gifted students.
Right, okay, great. Yeah, we had, Roaring Fork was not a part of a BOCES, but we had some collaboration with BOCES. But it's also similar to the work that I would do with our special education director, who worked across the district. And so communicating with BOCES, I think the first piece early on is working with all the other area superintendents and BOCES, and getting involved in their ongoing communication and training and collaboration processes. So the first part would just be learning and knowing all the players, learning about the services that they're providing. The other flip side of that would be learning and hearing from our special educators, and the people working most closely with the people providing those services. So really that would be the first step in terms of how I would be communicating with them as a superintendent. So, there's a lot of different layers. If it's student-based issues, that would be the school leader or the service provider that would be communicating with them. But then it's in terms of it's how services are provided, contracts and all of that work would be my role as a superintendent. And cases that get elevated to the role of the superintendent, and that does happen sometimes when there's some really sensitive cases, where it takes a full team approach to make sure that students are getting what they need. One thing that, just in terms of my philosophy around student needs and special education and gifted education or any types of individualized student plans, is making sure that the parents are involved at all stages and steps in the process of what do their students need? Is it clearly identified? Is that agreed upon in the plan? So that we're all on the same page with that. And that's not just the 504 IEPs and gifted plans, ALPs, but also as we work towards READ plans and things like that, that some of the more of those intervention plans that our parents are involved. So anytime that anything is specific to a student, would want to make sure that the parents are in the loop and have a seat at the table. Obviously, that's their rights as a family, but also that they just know. So I think that I'm a pick up the phone and call someone. So if we need to figure out things, I would make sure that I was working closely with them. I would want to understand what's happening and know what are they navigating from their organizational positioned, and then also saying it, well, actually, this is what we need. I mean, a good example of how this might happen would be a service provider who was coming 2 days a week and now is only coming 1 day a week. And we have a student who needs 2-day-a-week support because of for them to develop the skills every Tuesday is not gonna do it for, say, if it's a speech language issue, they need it twice a week. And so then I would need to really be advocating for, well, what are we gonna do to change that up? How are we gonna make sure that they get what they need so that they can grow?
Excellent.
Right, and what are your expectations of the employees of our district? What are your personal non-negotiables when it comes to
Non-negotiable. Well, when it comes to, I want people to show up fully to their work. I want to, and I know that there's a variation, we don't expect every day they come in like, I'm ready to go today. That's not what I'm talking about, but that they're fully committed to the organization and the students, and that means having an engagement and a presence and whatever it is they're doing, whether it's they're driving a bus or they're working in an office or teaching. So, and that shows up in a lot of ways, and the ways to check in on that are making sure that I have regular opportunities to meet with the people that are supervising and managing them directly, but also that they, that I could find that out for them just if I'm walking through and just saying like, hey, how's it going today? How are you doing? And they would be able to tell me what's going well and what's not going well. So I think that's one, is just that commitment. The flip side of that is that we're providing as a school district a workplace that gives them that ability to do that. If we are, have them on a full day with no breaks, and if they do get a break, they don't have a place to sit down, then we have a problem. That's, their ability to show up and be that fully engaged employee is being hindered by us. So I would expect that they would have the same expectations of me as a district leader. Personal, other expectation is that people are here to learn and grow, and that we're all learning, we're all growing. I will be in that we're open to that. And so when those opportunities come, sometimes they come in really pretty packages, like, guess what? You get to go to a conference in Florida in February, and the team was like, great, I'll go to that conference in Florida. That's an opportunity to learn and grow and go sit on the beach. And sometimes they come in packages that are like, hey, I saw this interaction with a kid on the playground and it didn't look like it went very well. We need to work on that. And so that is another expectation. I'm just gonna stop there. And also that they work towards our shared goals. And expectations and things that we have identified as a community of what matters for kids, what does instruction look like? What are our agreements about supporting students, when things get hard? So that they're working towards being in line with that. It doesn't mean they're perfect, but it means that they're not actively resisting.
Excellent.
So we've got about 10 minutes left. Board, was there anything that you guys wanted to touch back on? I know some of those first questions we kind of went through. Is there anything there first?
I think we had our opportunity to clarify each question, and I want to give Audrey enough time for the last. Craig, I'll let you ask that.
What questions do you have for us?
That's good. Okay.
She already said she had a list, so I'm like,
Well,
let's get it.
it's my list. It's just what am I feeling in the moment list. Well, thank you so much for the time all today and the attention towards considering me for this position. I'm really excited about the community and this district and the people and the kids who I didn't get a chance to meet too much of, but they're the best part. That's why we're all here. I guess, okay, a question is, I guess I'll flip that question back to you and maybe I can, how much time do I have? 10 minutes? 10 minutes. Okay, I'll pick two questions. So, first, and the first one
We'll round robin our answer.
okay, the first question is what do you see as the characteristics of a really positive school board superintendent relationship?
So we're gonna do the same thing we did last
Okay.
time, which I'm gonna give it to you first.
I think for me, the relationship is creating a conduit of communication and support between the community and the district. That allows full access to parents, non-parents, students, stakeholders, company, teachers, pretty much just something that allows for that ability to have that discussion and to see that the district is well supported and led, and also allow for that, just that having that kind of communication.
Excellent. I would echo that, but I would also add to the overall larger perspective of the need for professionalism at a level that leadership needs to demonstrate for others to understand and follow, from our students being able to see this through their teachers, from the students being able to see it through their leadership, their administration, and even their board members. And with that in place and that open communication and understanding of expectations, the culture starts to bloom, because the culture then is trusted and known. And I think anyone who sits in this superintendent seat has to be very understanding and committed to that in a small rural community, which can be, in a rural community, let's just state it, everybody knows everything, and if they don't, they think they do anyway, right? And so that the communication is absolutely key. However, there's still confidentiality, there are still processes and boundaries, and I think a leader sitting in the superintendent seat should be able to navigate that with grit and grace. And that's not an easy ask at all times. And that is why I think a lot of these questions focus on community and engagement and process and so forth. So those are the values that I would greatly value from someone.
The superintendent is the board's one employee, and the superintendent is our expert in the field. Because most of us are not experienced educators and don't have that kind of expertise. And I expect from the superintendent, there's processes and procedures, there's rules and regulations that need to be followed. I expect that to be presented to us in a professional manner and also explained to where, especially if it's a controversial issue, where we can go back to our constituents and have that, it's that community communication thing. It's clear between all of us, what is required and why. And to be able to have that trust that the superintendent knows what they're talking about. And then we can know what we're talking about and go back out into the community and say, here's why these decisions were being made, is because here's the data. Here's the expertise that we're relying on. And that's the way it is, you know?
Yeah.
And sometimes it has to be that way. And sometimes, you know, like you say, there's give and take, but there are times when there's actual, you know, regulation and there's policy and there's procedures that have to be adhered to. And from my perspective, the superintendent needs to be the person that's the rock in that and holding us together as what has to happen for the best thing, for the best outcomes of our students.
Yep. I'm gonna kind of go off of Tim, because he's online really, with what I feel too. You're our only employee, so, we are a governance body, that's working together with you. So what you bring to us needs to be really clear. It needs to be transparent.
Yep.
It needs to be truthful. And it doesn't matter if it's good or bad news. We need to understand what it is for us to be able to make good decisions and to also communicate to our constituents what's going on about any particular issue that, and this is a small community.
Sure.
These folks talk to us, whether we want to hear it or we don't want to hear it.
Yep.
So, you know, that is like critical. So in my mind, I think part of that is for our superintendent to be in schools, to be in classrooms, to talk with staff, to have subcommittees that inform you of work, have student subcommittees that inform you of their excitements or their concerns. To me, that would be ideal. You know, advocating for a district, and when I say that, I mean really advocating for a board when appropriate. If we're on target, great. You know, tell us that we're on target. We're off target, tell us that. You know, administration advocating for them when they're on target, when they're off target. Staff advocating for them when they're on target or if they're off target. You know, you're the guiding light for this whole district.
Yeah.
We are not involved. We try not to be involved in this stuff.
Yeah.
You know, because that's not our role. So you're the person. And then, you know, all of that comes together with trust and transparency.
Thank you.
I think you guys covered everything. You're good.
Good.
So go ahead,
Rachel,
ask your
Your
second
second
one.
Okay,
question.
my second one, okay, you can do it as quickly as needed to. I can't see the clock behind me, which is probably good. What would you say are the top two things you'd like to see the new superintendent tackle and begin to accomplish? The work is never done in the first before winter break.
Before winter break.
No, like start tackling,
Right.
like you're saying, like what would be the first top topics or areas you'd like to make sure that the superintendent is on top of in the first 6 months?
I would say a lot of it would be just the trust and building a camaraderie with the staff. We do have, you know, we're all on one campus, but we do kind of have a pretty good divide between secondary
Okay.
and elementary, so just kind of getting everybody together. And then for me, just, you know, documentation, accountability, keeping that streamlined, keeping everything streamlined, you know, top down. We are a fairly new administration. We're looking at, you know, we both brand new superintendent, principals. We don't have a long tenure
Yeah.
in any of those positions, so basically, which is kind of nice, because you can bring in your systems, you can bring in,
Right.
you know, what you would like, but just kind of keep it all consistent. Oh, fine.
I think it's, along with that, I think it's, also understanding and, participating in the systems that we have currently in place. We, utilize, MTSS strategies, and also, we do have a pretty robust strat plan that we've been trying to implement, but it's just, using the superintendent to continue to support and transmit that information, and then, continue to gather feedback.
Basically took it.
Well, that's good because there's fewer.
It's hard.
You got 2 minutes.
I would say culture, which culture is everything and it includes so many different things, but that's paramount. We absolutely have separation among buildings. I've always wanted to have teachers be in the cafeteria and have the cafeteria people be in the classroom. I've always wanted to job swap across the district because people think, oh, that's easy. And then they go do it and they realize, oh my gosh, I never want to sit in this seat again. I think culture is huge and there's some real key things you could do quickly to probably start to get a handle on that. Second thing I would say would just not only be strat plan understanding, but understanding and engaging. So if you can define how your engagement is coming about throughout all of those buildings, and I think PBL is a strong suit there, you will then be able to start to identify where we're shortfall, right? Where's the shortfall? But if you get into that soon enough, by the next time we're looking at the plan, you would be able to bring about some change. And so those are the top two: strat, plan, and culture for me.
I agree, and we're all in agreement. We've been working on this for a couple of years now about bringing our district together as a district, making decisions that are district-wide. And we are one campus, but there are silos around here. And that's a continuing problem.
Yep.
And our strategic plan, we've developed this strategic plan over the last couple of years, which, you know, I've been on this board a long time, and we're in a way better position than we used to be. We have much better processes and procedures and policies. The strategic plan is a key element of that. And a lot of our staff have read the strategic plan. They have a concept of PBL, but those things aren't necessarily meshing, and there's not necessarily a great understanding. And that's what's going to bring our district together, is being able for everybody to understand what we're looking for through the strat plan and what we're looking for through this PBL process.
Thank you.
Victor?
Yeah, I think, just real quickly, I think the mill levy is forefront.
Yeah.
Well, in our minds right now. If that passes, it's gonna be a big boost for our staff.
Yeah.
And so the work that really needs to happen, yeah. And then, you know, this is expected, but, you know, for you to come in and really listen to the various groups in our district.
Yeah.
And to hear what they have to say about what they feel the state of affairs is right now in our school district and what they think might change that.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Thanks you all for the opportunity, and I look forward to hearing from you and hopefully get the opportunity to bring some of this to life.
Thank you very much for your time and your.
Thanks
You're
for being my
across
one
the
audience
world.
member.
There are people watching though. There are people watching live, but
That's right. Thank you. I don't even, the whole time I was trying to find the camera. but it's
yeah,
probably
it
right
follows
there.
you. It's weird and creepy all at the same time. But we do appreciate your efforts. You literally came from across the
That's
world
right.
to sit
I
in front of us
did.
today, and we value
That's right.
the fact that you wanted to be here in person. So thank you very much for
Yeah.
you and your husband. I know he came along for the
Yeah.
for the ride, so we
Yeah, well,
appreciate that.
We enjoy getting out of the heat,
Yeah, oh, I don't
so-
blame you there. So,
although it was a little cooler than we had hoped, but we'll take it.
thank you,
Take
Audrey.
it. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, do
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you. We have a 5-minute break.
I was gonna say, can
before-
we take a
Yeah,
5-minute
there's a
break?
5-minute break on the
Just to give
schedule, so-
everybody a chance to stretch their legs. And then we'll come back. All right. Welcoming everybody back. Time is 2:40. All board members are present. And we are now ready to hear the feedback from our first stakeholder group. Dr. Center, who is the spokesperson for stakeholder group one? For stakeholder group one? Ms. Sarah Rank.
Sarah Rank. All right, so I'll just read over my notes here that we put together. First, we'll do Dr. Mary A. Maribel. Some strengths that we saw in the candidate were experience and involvement with the Mancos district and having roots in the community. She has a strong desire to make a difference and actively listen to others. She has a focus on vertical alignment and common language to develop common goals and understanding. She's diplomatic with a focus on doing what's best for the district. Her experience as an instructional coach, administration, and post-COVID classroom experience were all strengths that we saw in her. Some concerns was she had provided us with surface level answers without detailed administrative vision and specifics on working with staff. For Miss Audrey A. Hazelton, she came prepared as an outsider of this community. She has a systematic approach to leadership. These are her strengths. An emphasis on coaching, feedback, consistency, and documentation. She has strong experience with an emphasis on finance and budgets, and an interest in developing agreements collaboratively to create predictability. Some concerns, she did not express a strong commitment / longevity to the Mancos district and community. There was a lack of vision for implementation through administration. And we had a question of, would the traditional learning experience in the Mancos district be inhibited by her strong background in PBL and experiential learning? That being said, these are both strong candidates, and we would urge the board to urge whichever candidate is not selected to apply for our elementary principal position.
Thank you, sir. All right, I would welcome Mr. Krupa to the table to give us your stakeholder group feedback, please.
I want to start by thanking you all for letting us be part of this process. It was a learning experience for me, and I'm happy to be part of it. So I will start off with Mary Maribel. We listed a ton of things, so we're going to be here for at least the next 3 hours.
No, we're not.
Timekeeper.
So strengths that we listened, we felt that Mary was a good listener. She was steady and consistent and solid. She really knows our community. When talking about budget first, or budget students first and protect the classroom. She did seem to have a growth mindset of do better every day. Focused on district unity. How do we bring all the schools together in a unified way? She has had many educational roles. She played pretty much all the roles in a school. She is focused on continuous improvement. She believes in our education and that Mancos is doing good. She's honorable, transparent, and honest. And she's here already. She has a house here. She has roots here. She's kind of settled here. She is familiar with and has developed teacher growth programs. MTSS was one of those things. Don't ask me what it stands for.
Multi-tiered systems of support. There you go.
That's why you're there and I'm here.
Yeah, I'm learning. I didn't know it 3 years ago.
Yeah. She expressed interest in teaching as a superintendent to not lose focus of boots on the ground. She wants to be intentional and visible. She does value sports, and she has made hard decisions in the past. And she's a straight shooter, no sugarcoating. We think that's a positive. Some questions we have are, there seem to be limited ideas on parent and community communication. Also, what are the ideas of the future? We didn't get an idea of, there's future looking, which we would expect from the superintendent. Limited experience with PBL, limited ideas experience for increasing enrollment, limited ideas to recruit quality teachers, and we're not sure what it would look like reaching out to parents and how often it would happen. As for Audrey Hazelton, some of the strengths we saw, she's also very experienced, willing to be transparent and work with community partners and kids. She was very passionate, kind and clear in her communication. She acknowledged that staff are underpaid, and will work tirelessly towards a solution. Recognized preschool just came out through conversation. Self-recognized weakness during the conversation, so she is aware. She really focused on systems and structures and having a strong framework. She showed examples and talked of integrity very well. Really had a willingness to be in the public eye, and not just be in the public eye, but listen. She was purposeful. Collaboration is a value that she holds, and she values it with everyone. Would learn first and listen. Wants to set time for each stakeholder group, examples, each building. When it comes to hard conversations, she laid out a preemptive and clear and kind approach. Offers rationale around difficult decisions, and provided options to stakeholders around those decisions. And then one thing that I thought was really cool was student involvement. She talked about the field trips and how she's even spent a night on some of those field trips in the past, which is a really cool thing relating to students. A couple of the concerns we have, longevity. It's going to take some time to really know everyone and know our community. We're not sure how she feels about athletics. We did learn in our group that 65% of our students do take part in athletics, and so that's pretty big. Can she avoid just being a people pleaser for the board and the community? And can she manage up? And the final thing is, how would she handle reluctant staff? For example, PBL and or change. That's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Kirby. And I would echo back to all of you, thanks for your participation in the process. This is not an easy undertaking, as we can all attest to, not just as board, but as staff, as our students are even feeling the impact of this change. But for you all to raise your hand and participate means a lot to the community, and it means a lot to the board. So I absolutely celebrate that I see parents, I see staff members, and I see community members who showed up today. That is what districts need fully to survive and to do well. It's not just up to one person, it's up to the community to do well. So thank you guys for giving up your time. However, I also have to ask you to leave as we are going to proceed into executive session shortly. So
Thank you.
Mr. Hunter, go ahead and use your motion.
For the purpose of a personnel matter, it's authorized by Colorado Revised Statute 24640224F. This matter involves negotiations to the superintendent's contract for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations as authorized by 24640224E. This discussion relates to the superintendent's employment contract. Those present at the executive session will be members of the board and Dr. Christie Sinners.
So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Have a second.
Any discussion?
Thanks, Tina.
Tim, would you please call?
Emily Hutchinson Brown,
Aye.
Craig Benali, Rachel Worther.
Aye.
Victor Figueroa,
Aye.
Tim Hunter votes aye.
Motion carries 5-0. We are now entered into executive session. Oh, that's cool.
but no surprise in either of them.
No,
And that's-
they were really cool.
Yeah, that's the other piece of it.
Here we go.
There you go, ma'am. Okay. We are coming out of executive session at 3:40 PM. Dr. Center will, or Victor, someone closest to the door. Can you please invite people back in? No decisions were made. I'm turning off the recorder. The entire board, full board is present as well as Dr. Center. The last time I did this, I didn't turn it off. Because if you press the button twice, it keeps going. I didn't know that. Okay, so is there anybody out there? Oh,
Well,
excellent. All right.
I will make a motion that we appoint Audrey Hazelton as our next superintendent of the Baptist School District.
We have a motion and a second.
I will second.
Okay, any discussion?
I would just say that we had two great candidates in our discussion.
Can you call the question? And then,
Yep, Emily Hutchinson Brown,
aye.
Craig Benali.
Aye.
Rachel McWhorter.
Aye.
Richard Figueroa.
Aye.
And Tim Hunter votes aye.
Excellent. Motion carries 5-0. I would echo the discussion in closing that we had two very strong candidates, both of them with a ton of experience that we value, significantly value. We do believe that Mrs. Hazelton will further the direction of our district in the best way to advance our education and our instructional leadership, and also the strategic plan advancement with the evolution of PBL, the practices surrounding PBL, the instructional coaching surrounding PBL. The advancement as a whole was pretty clear through her history and her past practice and her passion as she spoke to all of the various different needs and players in the district. So we were excited and I think very fortunate to have both candidates be extremely strong. And I think we're even more fortunate to be able to have Dr. Maribel within our walls moving forward, as we hope that she will continue to find her best place. Although my son personally loves her as a math teacher, but she's a great teacher. And so with that, I think this was a great process. There was a lot of thought and a lot of care and a lot of fidelity. We had a lot of help through not only Dr. Center and McPherson Jacobson, but also through both Tiffany Aspermani and Alice Miller that supported this process significantly over the last several weeks. And I would like to publicly thank them as well. And so with that, we will move forward knowing that we have some leadership in place hopefully for the district. So it is 3:40.